All right, y'all, here we are. It is time for the Victoris Rivals Series semifinals. I'm Infinite Dodge. Shogun's not here. He's in beautiful Atlanta, Georgia for the World Championship semifinals of League of Legends. So, a little bit more of an important semifinal to be getting ready for than ours. But frankly, Kongman, I'm way more hyped for tonight's matchup here in the VRS, which is, of course, Queen's Gambit, hopefully finally getting a non-cursed stream of their games versus Bing Chiller's Green Tea. Should be really fun stuff. Are you ready for this action here, my friend?
Oh, I am 100% ready for this action. I mean, it's been a big hype week altogether, especially with what I tweeted out about Dorado being knocked out of playoffs, meaning that for once we won't have a Dorado team winning a VRS championship series. And I even had Mint and Bing chilling the people who defeated them at the background of said video, laughing at Dorado.
Lovely, lovely stuff. So happy to see some fresh faces coming in. Queen's Gambit, our number one overall seed, of course, didn't get a chance to get streamed over the course of the regular season, but, and then last week there were some unfortunate issues with our producer's internet. But, this week, hopefully things will go off without a hitch. And interestingly enough here tonight, Kongman, this is like an intergroup battle, right? It's going to be the fourth seed, I believe, of Bing Chillers coming in to face off against our undefeated team, but they were both coming out of Group B, if I do remember correctly. And Bing Chillers Green Tea, their only loss in the regular season, Kong, was to QG Bishops.
Yeah, that is correct. And if I remember correctly, I think yeah, I'm looking at it, this was back in week 4. QG did win it 2-1.
So there's some contestability here. There's definitely some angles for that full 5 games that we all do so crave when it comes to these best of 5s. Should be a great time. We are, of course, now playing on patch 1220. It's a bit of a slimmer one, as it normally is near the end of the season, right? It's not really touching anything. They're waiting for the preseason to come in to nudge up those big changes. So not a whole lot to report here on the jungle front, even for Kongman. I think some of those AP junglers got some tiny buffs. Evelyn and Elise coming on through with some slim stuff. Anything else that you can think of that's even noteworthy here on this diet-sized patch?
I mean, we talked a little bit about it last week before issues arose. And the only big thing is like Maokai got like a slap on the wrist, but he's still decent. I mean, Ramus, he no longer has self slow on his W, so maybe there's something good that could come out of that. I don't think anyone played Ramus last week though. I'm seeing a lot of Viego and Jarvan though.
Fascinating stuff. I mean, we saw Jarvan last night in VAS semis. We also saw that freshly nerfed Maokai. Didn't look very nerfed to me. Still doing what he does, offering all that map control with the saplings, offering up the big team fight ultimate and the drain tank ability. Good stuff. Multi-role flex 3 ways coming on through. It's a strong, strong pick. So before we do get going into breaking down our predictions, summing up the prediction race that we've had going all season long, we'll save the best for last with that kind of stuff. Kongman, knowing that not too much has changed, what are you advocating these teams to play? What is your soapbox? What is your pick you want to see them pick up here in this best of 5 series?
Do I even have to answer that question? You know who I am. I give
Uh,
you the same people every week.
you do, you do. I'm always giving you an
Sh-
opportunity to
Yep.
break things up,
See,
but
okay, so I'm obviously gonna say Shyvana Sejuani for jungle because that's how it always is.
yep.
Although recently I have been playing a bit more League than I usually do. You know, actually trying to do the good job of the caster I am. And surprisingly, in a lot of my games, I've been seeing a lot of Nyla top, and it works pretty
Interesting.
well. It's a bit of a spicy pick because you can also flex it ADC, and it's just another ranged top laner that just has an insane speed boost to just close the gap, and it's kind of good whenever you really break it down.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's good. I mean, a lot of people might look at it and say, well, her passive is literally like, why would you take her out of the duo lane? Like, it provides so much value. But old Mordekaiser had that same passive, and after they nerfed him, after the disaster debacle that was Season 5 Worlds, he basically
Mm.
permanently found a home in the top lane, and he was really only ever going to be picked up in that duo lane when it was like that melee engager Blitzcrank Leona meta coming in. So, not the strangest idea I've heard to put put Nyla up there in that top lane. Has plenty of inbuilt sustain, some mobility capability in that long lane to dodge out on ganks. So that would be a spicy one. I'd love to see Nyla in general, even in the AD carry role. Like, it doesn't have to be that spicy. It's just this champion sort of feels like an Aether, right? Like, it showed up, it was OP for like a day, they hotfixed it, and then it's just disappeared like a fart in the wind. I haven't seen it whatsoever really since then. So I would definitely love to see the Nyla, incorporated into one of the drafts here. Pair it up with an Enchanter. It gets so much value, boosts the healing, gets your Soraka hitting that level 11 spike, which is not something a support can always like aim for, right? So that level 2 wish definitely going to be big value if you can pair it up with a Nyla to give her extra XP. But of course, there's only so much in the draft that we can talk about when there haven't been big changes. I think my pick, before we do move on to doing sort of our prediction sum up here, I mean, you know me, I'm a Gangplank one trick, but I have been diversifying a little bit in the top lane. I've been messing around with Shen. I think he's very undervalued. Basically, always. I feel like it's never a bad time for Shen in the meta. Like, he's never outclassed completely. He wins so many melee matchups early, even with that full tank build. He's just sort of built to be a bully, and in the sort of meta that we still stand in with these bot lane hyper carries, always good to have another guy who can protect them, keep them going. And Rumble as well, I've been having a lot of fun with. I think very undervalued in the top lane. He's sitting at like a 53% win rate or something in top, just quietly, but nobody's picking him. Traditionally, that's where I always think of Rumble. Shoutouts to Camcom, the literal fetus toddler person that I have worked with this year here at Victoris, who one time I called out, oh, this would be a great place for Rumble in draft, and they went, Infinite, they already have a jungler. Like, no, you children, Rumble is a top laner. Put him in the top lane. But I digress.
Rumble in the jungle.
Exactly.
We remember that like 3-week meta.
That was great. MSI last year, Morgana and Rumble S+ tier junglers.
I miss Morgana jungle.
It's still good. Peanut was using it as I forget what it was, counterpicking, but he kept pulling it out as, I think, maybe a Graves counterpick or something in near the end of the LCK summer split. I forget what specifically it was counterpicking, but he was playing it again. It's fine. Like, yeah, it doesn't have the same like nuclear speed clear that it had before, but it still has a very healthy, quick clear. And you take Predator, you go Everfrost, and you offer so much CC. But that's neither here nor there. We've made our cases for our picks. It's time to talk about the spicy stuff. This is what we came here for. This is what really matters. We have predictions to talk about, and Kongman, we're gonna start off by taking a look at the quarterfinals predictions that the team put together here.
Yeah, and big shout out to Shogun, who unfortunately is not here, having the best record out of all of us with a 3-1 prediction record. Well, all of us kind of went 2-2. I do enjoy how we all were in agreement on the Queen's Gambit match, though.
Yeah, we kind of knew, and we were supposed to be there to see it in person. Unfortunately, didn't come through. It was a bit of a wash last week, but still going the way we expected. I would have to say QG are, as a new team to VRS, probably our favorites going into finals, right?
Yeah, I definitely want to say that I do see them making it into grand finals because, well, I don't want to throw out my prediction for tonight's game just yet, even though I did kind of just give it away a little bit. But I do believe that tonight is, well, not tonight, tomorrow is Middlesticks and Mint playing against each other.
Mm-hmm.
And either one of those teams will definitely be a hard contention for Queen's Gambit.
Will be something to see indeed as we move on from what has happened in the past there with those quarterfinals to take a wider view at history and look at those actual specific scores over the course of the split. 5-3 sits Dodge, that is I. Not my best season in terms of predictions, but not as bad as the summer split was for me either. Shogun. Yeah. Man, what a win rate. 7-2 there as compared to you lagging in last, 6-5. Kongman last place, meme.
Okay, to be fair, you have missed 3 of these, so
true,
I mean,
true.
Imagine if all 3 of those were wrong.
You know what? It's a good strat though, isn't it, Kong?
Yeah, there's a chance.
And then I can't do math. Is 8-3 a better win rate than 7-2? You think? Probably not, right?
Let me see here. That's 8 divided by 11, not 8%. Wow. That is 72% compared to a 77%. So Shogun has the highest percentage because he's missed matches.
All right. Well, not too much we can do about that. We all, as the year have gone on, there's real life stuff concerns. We can't make every single match. We've definitely made it work here on the VRS. Big shout out to Becky, who has filled in probably for almost every single one of us except Yukong, man. Right?
That is correct.
So big ups to Becky for being the, at this point, official fourth member of the VRS team. Great to have them around as always. But if we take a look at what we have on the docket for the semifinal matches, we see a lot of agreement. No big differential going to come in through the score on the Bishop series here, Kong.
No, it seems we all agree that Bishops is just going to take this match, but it's a matter of well, we say Dodge doesn't believe in the Silver Scrapes matchup today.
Kong, the past couple of best of fives that I have commented, they've gone really late, whether it was the full 5 games or just 4, and I'm really hoping to run it down with my friends in some customs tonight, so definitely hoping for the 3-1 outcome, but wouldn't be surprised at all if we got the full 5 games. It would certainly be very hype. I'm the non-believer in Big Chillers. I'm sorry, Chiller season, folks. Please do not disparage me for my beliefs here. But the other side of the bracket is where it's a little bit more interesting, right? We have Becky Rita coming in as the sole voice of disbelief in Return of the Middle Sticks, giving the 3-1 to Kizzy there in that matchup.
Yeah, and just like Ravensaur saying in chat, Rodham getting 3-1. Yeah, that's something I don't agree with there. I do think they will win 3-1 though over Mint Gaming, but I don't think it'll be the other way around.
Yeah, it's very well possible. But we do have one more thing to look at here. Oh no, we don't. That's the whole slideshow. My apologies. Yep. I thought, I was like, what else is in here? I remember putting in 4 slides, but that's because we amended one of the slides at the last minute. So
yes.
That's it. Past, present, and future. The predictions are in. The race is basically set. It's basically between Shogun and Becky at this point for the championship, and Kongman is basically screwed into last place mathematically. So we'll have to figure out something for the final stream for that, because nobody wants to wait all the way until next winter to see any sort of punishments be doled out. As, hey, now, we're not looking at that any longer. We're looking at our own beautiful faces. But everybody, we are almost ready to go with draft. We will be getting into it in just a second here, as Shogun has sadly left us for the great American South. It will be me and Kongman on the call, just waiting for the last official R's to come through from the teams on that one. We should be getting right into things. Kongman, who do you think's taking first blood in this series? Because you did give it the full 5 games, the full Kongman official 5-game stamp on the predictions. Where are you leaning? Who's going to come out with the killer instinct here in game 1?
Okay, so whenever you said first blood, I was trying to pull up the rosters because I was like, ooh, and I have to look at rosters to see who's going to get first blood. But just game-wise,
yeah,
I already see it going. Here, I'll just give you my full 5 prediction.
Okay.
Queen's Gambit,
Okay.
game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Bing chilling, and then they're gonna go to halftime. Queen's Gambit coach Holden is gonna be like, "Guys, you suck. Fix it." And then they're gonna come out. Queen's Gambit.
So the LPL style of coach. Have you seen the video of?
Yes. You don't even.
I think it's
that one.
It's Karsa and 369 from last
Yes.
year. How have you not improved? How have you managed to die to every single gank?
He's just screaming at them.
Sometimes top laners need to hear the truth. We are a cursed breed of player indeed, but it should be a pretty decent top lane matchup this time around. Top Blackman against Matt G coming through up there, so I hope to see some spicy picks from them. VAS finals last night, we saw some really great top lane matchups. We even saw Ixie, the top laner, for the side of, oh man, what team was it last night? But we saw Ixie come through with the Gwen and the Draven top, even finding the MVP of that series. So want more of that energy tonight. But ladies and gentlemen, It is time for draft. We are getting hot on the trail of things. We're seeing the queen of VRS banned away, and Udyr is actually going to be the response.
It is definitely going to be interesting to see Udyr not being picked, but let alone just banned away. Because honestly, like I don't think Udyr's that great. Because I do believe he did get a slap on the wrist in this newest patch, which we are currently playing under. Talia banned away. That is pretty good to see. Fun fact: I know a lot of people play Talia mid. Rodham has actually been like locking her into the jungle quite a bit
Hmm.
recently, so it's good to see like Talia back in the jungle once again. But I do have a respect this Talia ban, probably a good ban onto Stronghold or even Calculated. And there's the cat being banned away, so no one needs to spam ban Mubi.
None of that. None of that will be allowed. We'll see what Queen's Gambit holds in that first pick worthy zone of priority. Could be a great many things, but I figured it would be the Maokai. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, Maokai, as I said, just once again got a little slap on the wrist. No one really noticed that there was even a nerf or anything. Still a decent win rate, still a decent ban rate, all around the table. Being chilly and floating the Caitlyn here. And if Caitlyn locks in, I would actually like to see Queen's Gambit. Okay, it is. So this would be a good chance for Queen's Gambit to lock in the Braum to
Mmm.
counter the Caitlyn. I've said this for weeks, and everyone's always like, what if we pick Blitzcrank?
I mean, if you're pairing the Caitlyn with something ranged pokey, which you normally are, whether it's the Lux or the Morgana, classic lanes alongside the Caitlyn, I understand the logic of Blitzcrank, and I know it makes Kevbo happy, so it might be the possibility to come on through. I do get the logic of the Braum, but instead, they're actually going to secure a solo lane pick there. Probably going to Matt G's hands is that Ornn offers you the long range engage to match that of the Maokai, sort of a mirror pick, also going to be very hard to get rid of. But as the chat is now pointing out, Kongman, even more, credence to your theory of picking up Braum because the Ornn also gets very much frustrated by that shield.
Yeah, and we are going to see them lock in the Sivir, which is a decent ADC pick. Her Q is still very annoying to deal with if you forgot it did get updated.
Yeah.
Really fun to just spam and watch your little blades. Yep, there you go. Watch your blades fly everywhere. But yeah, Braum is even really good with Sivir. I know a lot of people would say, nah, you pick Lulu here, or if Yumi wasn't banned, you'd pick Yumi. But you also got to think about the long game here.
Hmm.
Because right now, I with being chillers on Orin and Caitlyn, that's not what I want to see.
Yeah, I love solo lane Karma. That's one of my most played champions ever. Is like mid lane full AP and top lane tank. Support Karma's so boring, just so boring to watch, but it does make sense. Lots of synergy with the Sivir, right, for running down the enemy team. You pop that on the hunt, the Sivir ultimate, you pop the Mantra E from Karma, and that's two big team-wide movement speed buffs, and you run people down. You make them sad that they ever existed on your side of the map, but the response here is actually going to be a hard engaged support. At first, they were thinking the Leona, but the Amumu coming on through for Big Chiller, so no poke lane coming through for BCGT. Instead, they are going all in all the time.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be interesting because this Amumu could also be a flex to the jungle. We haven't seen jungle
Mm,
Amumu in a while. Would be very interesting to see. I mean, I see Amumu's every now and then in my matches. It's kind of annoying because all of a sudden Amumu just pops out of a bush when you least expect it and cries
yeah.
all over you, and then you want to cry because you're stun locked for a while. But moving on, we do see Bing Chili's banning away the Aatrox, which good ban, protect your Ornn, help the top lane a little bit there.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see a final ban on the red side for them being the Mordekaiser, just trying to, get rid of these hard counters to the Ornn, allow him a, for sure, free and safe lane up there so that he can lend those scaling aspects to the rest of the team come that later game period. But the Viego going to be taken away, as you said, has been sort of a staple pick in the VRS playoffs through that jungle. So much hyper carry capability, so much potential. And when you see great champions to steal on the other side, it makes sense. But now it's going to be calculated who's getting targeted a little bit. One ban apiece towards each solo lane here in the second phase from Bing Chillers. Going to be that Victor taken away as well. So what do you look to for the mid lane now for Queen's Gambit in terms of like that second carry threat to tie this composition together?
Silas. I don't even have to hesitate on that one.
Oh yeah, with a Mumu and Ornn Ultimates already showing, that is a a pretty good point. Can't,
Yep.
can't discount the Silas.
And watch, this pick from Big Chillers will even add more onto why they need to lock in Silas.
In
Like
before
I'm calling a blind
Jace.
right here. Oh,
Uh,
even if it's Chase, I would still lock Silas and just laugh.
yeah, sure. Uh,
See, it's still really good.
ooh!
See,
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
that's not great for Silas, but it's not awful either. Like, that's an interesting one. Maybe somebody was watching Pioshik in the quarterfinals, which, by the way, I got to see live and in person in New York City. It was the greatest day of my life. DRX over EDG 3-2 reverse sweep style. So sorry, just had to get that in there. I'm gonna be bragging about that for the next 6 months. But yeah, this looks very much like a Mordekaiser Silas angle. And I would not discount that capability at all for QG to really run the game through that. They're going to be a little bit short ranged naturally as a composition if that's the case, but with all the zone control that those 3 picks will offer in the chokes, it almost makes up for it. But at that point, Kongman, you really have to keep the Kindred from popping off.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be interesting to see how they're going to prevent Kindred from popping off. I mean, honestly, you've already locked Karma in. I do like this Azir pick coming in. That's really okay. Yeah, I know you're going to downvote Azir.
It's
I know we see it. We
boring.
see it's not boring. Have you
I
played
mean,
Azir?
if I love playing Azir, watching Azir
Yeah, it's
when it's a
fun.
meta pick for 6 months can get a little bit frustrating. But as long as calculated, has the big plays, he can scoop Kindred right off the ultimate. Mordekaiser can zap her right into the death realm, so you have a lot of counters into it in that case. And the Azir Ahri matchup, this is one we've seen a lot this year ever since Ahri got that mini rework coming back into the mid lane meta. Soon to be getting an art and sustainability update as well, a model update. That is going to
Ooh.
be so hype. But yeah, I understand that you are a little bit lacking on range. Sivir, probably the shortest ranged AD carry that can be described as a scaling hyper carry, so definitely want to be adding in some more capability to play from range, play with poke, synergize as well with the Karma here, and also offers you another answer to the Kindred. But Kongman, we have seen the compositions as they have come through. We are just about ready to move into Game 1. Who are you feeling based off of draft here in this Game 1 contest between Queen's Gambit and Big Chillers?
I said that I think Queen's Gambit is going to win game 1, and I'm still going to stand by that just based off of these compositions because Azir, really good at poking. I've even started playing Azir last night. A lot of fun. I absolutely love this Birdman. And this is coming from a guy who never touches mid lane.
Yeah, that's about the biggest seal of approval I think you can get from Kongman is to approve like a champion that exists outside of like the fighter jungle archetype. Like I don't think I've ever heard you talk about something that's not like a big beat your face in jungle champion. So if Kongman approves of Azir, that's a pretty high heap of praise.
Hey,
Um,
I talk about Ivern.
oh, this is true. Ivern's also great. I haven't seen Ivern in my games in a long time. I used to play a lot of Ivern. The next time I get autofill jungle, play an Ivern. But
Well, you'll game 2, someone pick Ivern. I want to see it.
oh,
Ivern
that'd be
jungle.
lovely.
Bring it in.
Although, if you talk to somebody like LS, they'd tell you that Ivern mid is the real way to do it, which I also don't disagree with. I've played Ivern mid, I've played Ivern. I played Ivern every role except AD carry, actually. So, I can't discount that advice. But with the compositions locked in here, I think I would also agree with you, Kongman, that it will be Queen's Gambit taking down game 1. But I will now be opening up the, not the poll. That's different than a prediction. I'll be opening up a prediction for the chat so they can make their choices heard as well. We'll be getting to that in just one moment here. We used this channel for Valorant last, so all of the questions are wrong for, it's all about maps instead of games. Who will win game 1? Will it be Queen's Gambit Bishops, or will it be Bing Chiller's Green Tea? Ladies and gentlemen, you have 5 minutes. Time has started. Make your voices heard. Spend those GURP coins. And while you deliberate the finer points of these matchups, we will be taking a quick break to load into game. Stick around. Game 1 of our VRS semifinal going to be coming up right after this. All right, everybody.
Welcome to
Well,
one.
sorry about that. We are here for game one. Took me a second. I'm pulling double duty tonight. I'm Infinite Dodge. I am your producer and your substitute play-by-play caster. I am joined by Kongman, and we have our semifinals underway here. We have Queen's Gambit Bishops against Bing Chiller's Green Tea. And Kongman, we are starting with a 5-man spread. Nothing out of the ordinary. Teams always like to play it cautious in these game ones.
Yep, as a just a good point out here, it is the 5 point, a little bit of an off-centered 5 point. There is technically a spot that Bing Chillians could flank into the blue jungle and not be spotted. But I do want to shout out to Queen's Gambit for finally making it on stream. Congratulations.
No disaster this time around.
They finally did it.
Feels good, man, as we see all these players just camping their bushes, doing their best. Look at that pool party, Caitlyn. It's a great skin coming on through. We'll see as the game unfolds the rest of the skins. That's Horn Kingdom's Azir. That's a pretty good one, but it looks like base Mordekaiser got to take points off that one there, Kongman.
Yeah, definitely kind of weird just seeing the base skin on characters, especially if we're this far into the tournament series and you're playing a character. Like, you think you're going to have skins. Like, everyone else on Queen's Gambit has a skin. And then you see Mordekaiser doesn't.
Yeah, it's not a money thing at this point either, right? You get a million billion free skins just for playing the game these days, so skins get wins, Kongman, or maybe the corollary should now be wins result in skins, but we will be seeing some parallel starts coming out from these junglers here, going to be playing pretty heavily for this bot lane, and that's why it's going to be volatile, the trade goes on, but I feel like that one went a little bit better for Shapeless and Julius.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you there. And as we look at the mid lane, Ari doesn't have a skin either.
Peons!
God,
Peons, I say!
So it's just...
My eyes! What are you making me watch, Bing Chillers? No, of course it's fine. Faker doesn't play with skins, right? And he has 3 of them made specifically in his honor, so, you know, it's...
that's true.
It's sort of classy, I guess, to play base. Sometimes I play base GP, even though he's my one trick. I have every single skin and most of the chromas. So, you know, sometimes you just want to take it back to basics.
Yeah, Mordekaiser doing a good job getting some poke damage onto this Ornn. It's early. Mordekaiser is actually a really good pick into the Ornn here. Kind of surprised he didn't get banned away.
Yeah, they instead did Bing Chillers to use that last ban on red side towards Calculated in the mid lane, try and take a control mage away from him, but he wound up with a pretty good one nonetheless in that Azir. He's making his presence felt, but here comes Cade for a gank into the bot side. Julius and Shapeless going to get caught by that bench toss. The flash is forced. There's the ignite. Can they find the press the attack into the kill? Shapeless under the turret will tick down, but can they trade it now that Stronghold is here? That is going to be the Nature's Grasp into the run back. Can the sapling complete it? Yes, they can. Cade goes down as Federer is forced to flash, but that's the flash follow. He's going into a bush with vision, and they find the double kill. Now Oreo Murderer in a bad spot gets rooted up, gets blasted down, and that is 3 kills going over to Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit getting away with quite a big bandit there.
Oh man, Heist of the Century coming on through. I mean, Kongman, they just turned that around so well.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Sivir died, you hate to see it because your ADC might be behind, but then all of a sudden Stronghold comes down, he's like, okay, here, let me just turn this back around for you.
Yeah, and now they have Zendef in a bad position as well. Stronghold not going to be quite able to get on top to follow, and does in fact get charmed up as the reinforcements come in. They might at least be able to trade 1 for 1, but that was actually Zendef getting the nice heal coming on through. Calculated trying to trade it back, but that is going to be the double kill. Now both of these junglers very accelerated, and Cade with 3 kills. We will take a check in. The stack count is only 1 on those marks, so not, you know, everything in a bag of chips for that Kindred, but definitely a really good spot on this carry jungler.
Yeah, Kindred's just one of those junglers that people tend to forget about, and then whenever it's locked against you, you think, oh, this isn't going to be a problem, and then you realize, wait a minute, this is a ranged jungler, and now I'm getting poked from like halfway across the map.
Feels bad, man. We saw Pioshik pull it out this past Sunday in the quarterfinals, and maybe that has put some inspiration into some people's hearts. Fun fact about Pioshik, by the way, actually named after the Korean word for mark in the context of kindred marks. So an OG kindred since day one. Cade, doing them proud with their performance thus far. Going to be on that 3-kill mark already, and could be a little bit hard to contest, you know, in these early marks. Did find their first spawn on that scuttle subtle, but as it comes time to do the invading, Maokai, he's pretty strong in the 1v1, but getting kited can definitely occur even with his gap closing abilities. So these laners going to have to be responsive, ready to back him up.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting as we do see Kindred sitting in that river bush waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, and I think he's going to just right about now.
Yep, Murderer does find the first bit of engagement, but Julius dodges out on that second bench toss. It's pretty good, but can he tick down anyway? That's the big burst coming out from Federer there. He picks it up, and now the gold lead does go the way of Bing Chillers. They could have been discouraged by what was a disastrous turnaround in the first gank attempt on that bot lane, but instead they've continued to play with confidence and now do put themselves in a good position. Stronghold's here. I don't know if they're aware of that. As we toggle the vision, it does look like he is hidden for now, trying to find some sort of angle, but that wave continuing to push forward, it might be hard to force anything here. Might just be sort of backup to allow Shapeless to make sure he can force that wave forward, but look at that, the trap in a good spot to keep Stronghold from moving up, and now the wave state really unmanageable for them. Going to be a bit of a denial coming through, let Federer catch up in CS.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a big chance of getting Federer to catch up with the CS, as you stated. Down 6 CS at the moment, which I know to some people is like, oh, that's just one wave, that's no problem. But whenever you really break it down, that's a big deficit, especially for ADCs.
Yeah, that's the difference of like adding a pink, right, to your next back, and if you can continue to expand that lead, it's even more valuable. But now Murderer overextending a little bit, but not going to get caught in a bad spot. Just going to eat a little poke, and you're the Amumu, you have the Relic Shield, you'll regen with your nice high tanky base stats, and finding some of those heals. As we take a check in across the map, Kongman, it's basically leads everywhere for the side of Bing Chillers right now due to the heroics of Cade.
Yeah, Cade doing a really good job putting this team on his back at the moment. I mean, you look at top side, and they are basically perfectly even with each other, 56-56 CS. The junglers are basically just neck and neck with each other. Azir doesn't have the assist, but he has the little CS lead. Same with the ADCs.
Yeah, and now with this wave state pushing forward again, I thought maybe Maokai was going to camp and wait and try and force something, but instead, Shapeless going to utilize that capability of this duo lane. You have the boomerang bouncing blades on the Sivir, you have the big Mantra Q from Julius to allow them to hard push that wave, move over to the Drake that their jungler has already started, and that should be the first Drake of the series going on over to Queen's Gambit. Will just be a paltry old Cloud Drake, though.
Yep, the good old Warring Cloud Drake. Surprisingly, like I want to say my past 4 games I've played have all been Cloud Soul, so kind of glad to not see a Cloud Soul this time around.
Yeah, we got all Hextex and VAS semis last night, which is pretty fun, except for the last game, which was Ocean. As we see Top Blackman really holding that wave. He does not want to let this freeze break. He knows he has an advantage in like the pick versus counter pick matchup here. Wants to force Ornn to stay overextended, bring him into that death realm, and send him packing to Brazil. Zendef and Calculated trading pretty heavily, but here comes Stronghold with the Flash Nature's Grasp. Just knock it right back. I don't know if that shuffle was necessary, but it sure was flashy. Calculated gives his jungler another one.
Look, maybe the shuffle wasn't necessary, but if you play Azir, it's all about sending a message.
Absolutely so, as the Nature's Grasp is going to come out now just as a defensive tool. It was a nice roam actually coming through from Murderer there, knowing that the reset timer had come through for the opposing bot lane. Was looking to get a little bit frisky with his jungler. That support jungle pair up can be so good. You have Kindred to do big carry damage. You have a Mumu to lock them down as Mord has continued to hold this freeze, and now he's forcing Matt G into the realm. I don't know if he has the kill potential here, as Matt G has summoned the Forge God into that death realm. Does get it off before the death realm expires and takes it away from him, so just repels that trade very nicely.
Yeah, and seeing Mordekaiser using his ultimate onto the Ornn reminded me that if Bing Chillings wants a very easy victory, especially with Maokai and Mordekaiser on the opposing team, is they need to pay their tax and buy the sash.
Yeah, very much so. As we look up towards this top side, and Mord doesn't quite know the Kindred is there, but the freeze was broken anyway, so he's just going to take his reset. All should be well. Kindred missing out on a bit of an opportunity there. Zendef continuing to feel the poke from this Azir.
Yeah, like I said back during the draft, I'm still learning how to play Azir. Recently picked him up last night, and I never realized just how good the poke damage is on Azir. And honestly, that really kind of fits the playstyle that I know and love, especially coming from professional Overwatch.
Yeah, as we saw a bit of a force attempt on that gank there, will get out Federer's summoners. That Ghost and that Flash going to be on a bit of a cooldown now, and that was the power we were talking about in draft, right? That is that on the hunt being popped in, combination with the E from the Karma's so much movement speed forces Federer to use both of those defensive options. As we see Top Blackman, he's defending the honor of his jungler. He's defending this mark against the Kindred, and he's doing a pretty decent job at getting the damage down, holding that W so long. That's going to be the Lamb's Respite coming out from Cade as well, but Captain Calculated is here to make them feel the hurt. Dodging out on Nightfall, the mace does not land, it does not find the bonk, and now Matt G is trying to find that Iron Revenant. Cade dancing around, dashing about, but he does find the shuffle. Not going to be enough for Calculated, as that play ultimately goes in the direction of Bing Chillers. They just had more numbers, Kong, man.
They did have more numbers, but I do believe that if he had shuffled into himself instead of pushing the Kindred away, maybe Mordekaiser could have had a nice follow-up. Q and Julius goes down,
Man.
but it does go to the Amumu, so I guess there's no real loss there, but Murderer gets a nice knock onto the Shapeless.
Look at this dive now as well. The Aftershock keeping Stronghold healthy under there, setting it up for Shapeless. The support of Queen's Gambit has been avenged, and man, oh man, we are at 12 kills at 11 minutes right now, Kong, man. This series is delivering everything I wanted in the early goings.
Yeah, I mean, I stopped for just a second to look over to see what chat is saying because, we like to interact with chat, and all of a sudden, like, in the corner of my eye, I see a Maokai ult on the bot tower. I'm like, wait a minute, this fight's not over.
No, no, sir. That is the power of the Maokai, who's super accelerated right now. The gold lead does still stand in Bing Chiller's way, but when we take a look at that individual gold, Maokai leading the pack for his team. Still a good 700 behind that Kindred, though, who has been just as deadly. Now looking to establish some dominance over that bottom river zone. We see the danger pings coming out. There's no Drake up for another minute. They don't want to start this fight prematurely. Both of these teams want to do their due diligence in getting in on this Hextech Drake, and it will be Julius clearing out some vision there as we approach that mark. But Oreo Murderer is going to find the bandage toss over the wall. Cade coming forward. That's one squishy Karma. Say goodbye. That is a bit of an oopsie daisy for the support there of Queen's Gambit. Now it will mean this Herald can crash so uncontested. The push is so deadly right now. It's a nice infusion of gold into the pocket of Bing Chillers.
Bing Chillers now has that bot lane prio that they need for this dragon that's about to spawn in 30 seconds, but Karma is currently running back as fast as she can, so we could potentially see a nice fight for this Hextech dragon.
Very well possible. We'll be spawning up here in just 15 seconds. Ignore the objective timer that tells you that's a Wind Drake coming up. That is just a lie that Riot Games tells us because they want to break our spirit and our will. One day the client will be fixed. Hopium, Prage, etc., etc. But Oreo Murderer again keeps finding these great bandage tosses as the Wolf not going to quite be in range to slow up Stronghold and leave him in the path of that charm there. And that will be the ultimate coming out from the Maokai, but it kind of just whiffs right through the wickets it goes. Not going to connect on anything, as it will be Queen's Gambit on vision, but they have a lot of strength. Calculated is here with his ult ready to put down those soldiers to make a divide in the enemy team. And Matt G was forced to reset with no TP either, so can't join this fight. Top Blackman going to take that opportunity to find the cross map, find this plate infusion, at least even up the gold if they can't contest on the Drake, which seems to be at a standstill right now.
Yeah, he is going to be able to get this second plate and then be able to walk away. Unfortunately, we don't have the empowered TP online just yet, so no big flashy plays in for the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, Cade once again starting this one up with the team on that 4-mark power spike now as well, so going to be so deadly to deal with, and the contest will not come through. The tug of war did go in the direction of Bing Chiller, so they even up this Drake score here.
Yep, and we are going to be on Mountain Soul, which, looking at these compositions, Queen's Gambit is going to want to be all over this Mountain Soul, especially since they have the Mordekaiser and the Maokai.
Yeah, between the stats, stealing, passive there on the ultimate for Mordekaiser, and the fact that you build a bit of a tankier Mordekaiser these days than you maybe have in days past, is going to be feeling pretty good, as, Top Blackman actually hasn't been able to leverage the kinds of leads in this matchup that we've seen before, right? Is actually down in levels right now, despite being the one with more access to the wave recently, and it will even be the first turret now going over to Bing Chiller, so they have piloted themselves to a very good early game as Oreo Murderer just gonna whiff a little bit. That might have been a kill potentially going down onto Shapeless, but just not gonna be able to find it.
Yeah, Oreo Murderer doing a really good job on the Submumu. Unfortunately, we did watch him whiff there, which is very unfortunate to see, as Yeah, it seems that the lanes have kind of stabilized against each other. Sure, Bing Chilling's ADC has the tower gold advantage from the bot lane, but now it's just a matter of what is Queen's Gambit game plan here.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they can force as they move forward. But you know what I saw last night that was actually very fun, Kongman, in game four
What was that?
of our VAS finals, as we do see this Rift Herald going on over to the side of Queen's Gambit. I saw full AP Amumu support. Uh,
Ooh.
I forget what the other team had, but they had like a real tank buster champion, something that was just gonna like shred through. And they basically said, "Forget it. Why go tank a Mumu on a support's income where I'm not gonna hit my spikes in time to like resist the tank shredders anyway? When I can just go Luden's Echo and what is that item that builds out of Alternator that nobody ever builds that gives you extra damage when you CC somebody? The AP item. What the
I
heck
feel like I'm
was
being
that
put
thing
on the
called?
spot.
Chat, help us
The,
out here.
the one that builds out of what again?
Hextech Alternator. So it's like the AP burst item. It builds into this thing that gives you extra, like 12% extra damage on a target after you CC them. It's pretty poggers, but it also works with like super long range abilities. It doesn't just have to be a CC. Like it works with Rumble and whatnot as well. I'm drawing a blank on it, but
The Horizon Focus?
Horizon Focus, yes. Thank you, Lax Dodo, who just came in with that in chat as well.
Okay. I wasn't even looking at chat, not even gonna lie.
Yeah, no. On our timer, it came in just a second after you said it. For
Oh,
them, he
good.
probably got it in before you did. But I will defend your honor, Kong man.
How good
You did think of it first, but we do have a game to get back to. It was a bit of a lull state, of course, so we could wax lyrical about the merits of the full AP Amumu, which was a whole lot of fun to watch. Oreo Murderer, in fact, though, going the tank build, which is sensible 9 times out of 10. And at this point, it's just a little bit of, an early lead going over to Bing Chillers. They have come out pretty strong in the early goings of this game, making a statement for themselves like, hey, we lost to you guys in regular season, but that's not going to happen again. We're not going to be a doormat. We took 1 game off you last time. This time we are aiming for 3, so don't underestimate us. We'll pull out these cool picks like Cade's Kindred, and we will make you pay if you don't bring your 100%. And it looks like we're just getting ready for that next big engagement to be at this upcoming Mountain Drake.
Yeah, and as we are waiting for Mountain Drake, I am going back through the schedule for Queen's Gambit, and if I remember correctly, in the regular season, Bing Chilling was the only one to actually take a game off of them.
Holy smoke,
Yeah,
holy.
yeah, Queen's Gambit 2-0'd everyone except Bing Chilling, who they had to 2-1. And then, of course, last week they did, 3-1 against that team, the Zero Mechanics. Forgot their name for a second.
Well, we were supposed to. I don't blame you for forgetting that team's name because we were supposed to cast it, and then the utility trucks came and started working on my internet, and that was the end of that. So, an unfortunate thing, but Queen's Gambit, whether they win or lose here tonight, finally blessed with the stream. And you know what? Maybe that'll be the debuff that they never realized would occur. Maybe they were waiting to be streamed, and it could just be the advantage that Big Chillers needs to come out on top. As 25 seconds to go on this Mountain Drake spawn, and we see Big Chillers just sort of jockeying for position around this mid wave, trying to find that push, but it will be the second Herald charge coming out, surely being summoned up by Stronghold here. So they're threatening a turret take of their own, our Queen's Gambit, and this will have to be responded to because I don't think Zendef all on their lonesome can really do much about it. We'll have to see what does become of it, as here comes the Mountain Drake spawn, and yes, this is the 4-man rundown, as there goes Zendef forward, using the first proc of the Spirit Rush, and this is actually going to be the very early defensive Maokai ultimate, as Zendef as well going to use that Spirit Rush again to try and find the charm, the flash out from Oreo Murderer, but nothing to be found except the Death Realm for top Blackman here. I didn't see quite who they got. It looks like it is going to be Cade, who cannot use that Lamb's Respite for his team quite yet, but the shutdown actually goes over to Bing Chillers, and now that refuge is available as the Claw can't quite get the Kindred out of it. What can Top Blackman accomplish? Nothing except getting poked out of the fight. Federer going to be the sacrificial lamb on one end of it, but Calculated, the only one working with a decent amount of health, does at least dodge out on that charm, but the Everfrost into the backline will be met with the Emperor's Divide. It will be the trade of the mid laner, but the Triumph proc means Cade won't be given his life for it. It will be the 1-for-2 in the favor of Bing Chillers, and it looks like it will be their Mountain Drake as well.
Yeah, Top Blackman, I did notice he did ult friend rear the Caitlyn. I'm not sure if that was who he intended to snag with that, because I'm pretty sure they would have rather grabbed the Kindred, but that is definitely a decent pick because suddenly their big hyper carry damage is not there anymore. Wait a minute, Black Man's coming back in.
Yeah, he doesn't have that death realm available to him quite yet. He's just trying to use his pressure to get on in there, as it looked like the steal angle maybe could have come through with Shapeless on the flank, but it was nicely smited away by Cade. Not going to give that one over, as now it's Mordekaiser in a bad way, but no! The W from Zendef not going to be enough to pick that one up, so he does waddle away with his life intact. And despite the teamfight victory, despite the second Drake of the game going over, this gold lead is not expanded too far for Bing Chillers quite yet. However, I'm getting real scared. We see Matt G there, level 13. He's working on them ornaments, Kong.
Yeah, he's doing the best he can with those ornaments that he's already building. As Big Chilean, they do only have about a 2,000 gold lead, which at this 21-minute mark is pretty decent, but I don't want to say it's that detrimental to Queen's Gambit.
And it's not decisive quite yet, for sure.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with that there, as we're going to see Orr back into the bush.
Fun stuff. Lol states. Good times. We love the little moments between games. You know what? This is a perfect time to chat up about, Cogman. Overwatch 2.
What would that be? Yes, Overwatch 2.
What a game. What role do you main in Overwatch? Now I finally understand Overwatch. You've always tried to tell me about Overwatch, and I just didn't get it. But now I play it, so you can sort of fill me in. What's your pleasure in Overwatch?
I am a Symmetra one trick.
Lovely. I haven't
Thank
actually
you.
encountered that character yet. What does she do?
She puts okay, so think like Heimerdinger.
Oh,
Who puts
poggers.
turrets down.
Somebody call
Except
Gurf.
they're annoying turrets. They're
That's
laser beam turrets. Her primary fire is a laser beam that gets more powerful the longer it's on something.
ooh.
And then she also has a teleporter her team can use.
Okay, yes, I was told about this character. The way my friends described it was she puts down a beam of O-penis on somebody.
Yes.
So, do love that. As there's not too much to talk about in the world of League of Legends right now. It looks like these teams
Nope.
really committed to just fighting for the objectives. Nobody over-aggressing. Queen's Gambit know that, they're just kind of waiting for their big spikes on Azir, who is 0-3, unfortunately, waiting for that Shadow Flame to be completed, waiting for the pen to come on through so that they can really make a difference in the fights. But Stronghold maybe could be in a bad way, as it's Wolf into the bench toss, has to use that ultimate, but the Aftershock came in way too late to really save his health bar. Unfortunately, Federer with that shield bow don't do a whole lot of damage to tanks, so he does get out of dodge, but is forced to burn a pretty big cooldown.
Yep, is pretty good there for the side of Stronghold, being able to get out with his life. Unfortunately, not the angle you really want to be in, because now he does have to back, but luckily there aren't really any big objectives up that can be taken right now.
Yeah, maybe this Baron could be like an early spawn start here, but with Federer opting more towards that shield bow build, giving the responsibility of the DPSing over to the Kindred, who is now on 5 marks. Although we finally have a fight, a startin', it's going to be the nice stopwatch for Oreo Murderer, as the Lamb's Respite has to come out. That's a big shield onto Mordekaiser. However, here comes the call of the Forge God. It's already going in the direction of Bing Chillers, but they finally get the shutdown on the junglers. Meanwhile, in the back line went the Azir. Unfortunately, couldn't get too much done, so the numbers advantage still stands 1 for 2 to Bing Chillers thus far, and they might just push onto this tier 1 as well. And that's a consequence, Kongman, of Stronghold just not having that ultimate.
Yeah, unfortunately, whenever you play Maokai, you definitely need to have your ultimate available because it really helps swing the team fights into your favor. And as much as I really am enjoying this Azir pick, because I am learning Azir, I think I'm learning how not to use my ultimate.
Are you saying that just using it for the sake of using it isn't like the best way to approach it? I mean, I shouldn't say that. That might be a little bit unfair. At least the very first time Captain Calculated used it, it wasn't very calculated. It was just sort of a bit of a show of aggression. But yeah, these team fights.
Sure, maybe Bing Chilling does have quite a bit of movement, but I mean, he definitely could have ulted them over the top side of that bush wall. But instead, he's like, no, I'll just push you into the lane and you can just walk back into me. That's fine.
Well, those terrain capabilities in League of Legends, always the ones with some of the highest skill ceilings, right? They have the biggest potential to upset the apple cart and change the dynamics of a team fight, but that of course does come with a burden of execution that not every player can instinctively or intuitively meet. Doesn't mean Captain Calculated doesn't have a chance to show off some pretty big Emperor's Divides as the game goes on, just hasn't quite hit that mark yet at this point in the game.
Yeah, we all know that terrain is every League player's worst enemy. I mean, But let's be real, we've all flashed into a wall before.
A million times. You can just call me Dyrus. As speaking of being called Dyrus, Stronghold keeps finding himself in numbers disadvantaged situations, at least prevents the Call of the Forge God from hitting him, but once again, that's a big ultimate going to be gone before the fight even begins. This Mountain Drake is here. It'll be sole point if it's going to be picked up for the Chillers, and they are doing a good job at zoning back Queen's Gambit here. Not really getting an angle into the fight just yet, as they're dancing about, Kongman. These teams are very cautious, but I see Matt G. He's working on one of them ornaments.
Caitlyn stole the Rift Scuttle right out from underneath the top black man.
Oh, feels bad, as now it will be Chillers pulling the trigger. They have that nice line of traps coming out. Those Yordle Snap traps going to be preventing any of the members of coming forward, and that Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to do it in spades as well, as this looks like easy pickings for the Chillers, although Top Blackman taking quite a while to go around, as finally Captain Calculated finds the big divide, but I think the damage just isn't there. Low health bars abound for the Chillers, but can they be collected on? No, Matt G, he lives for so damn long! He sets it up for Cade to pop off. It's the ace. It is Chillers season, and it's going to be open season on the Baron as well, as they can move right on up to that one.
I do want to say that it is probably one of the best Azir ults I have seen Captain Calculated use all game, but unfortunately it seemed like he didn't really tell his team, hey, I'm ulting them, because they were just kind of like, oh, cool, you flipped him towards us? Yeah, let's just shoot something else.
Yeah, also at the point that Calculated finds themselves at this point in the game as well, not quite having as much damage as they would have hoped. Now 0-5 on the Azir feels rough. So, you know, we saw a lot of low health bars that were on the verge of being taken out in that team fight. Unfortunately, just not going to be collected on his Cade. Kind of asking Federer, like, hey, can you come over and hit this one or two more times? Because that was a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, I've had those moments where I think I can solo Baron, and I'm like, yeah, you could just float B, you know, just stand there, make sure no one comes and ganks me, and then I'm like, okay, yeah, I actually need help here.
Yeah.
This is not looking good.
So we do see the 7th mark now completed for Cade, who has absolutely put the team on their back in this game, despite being frustrated at the first gank of the game by the counter gank of Stronghold. Now is getting into those, what I call gravy marks, right? You want to hit 4. I'm pretty sure that's where the bonus range maxes out, and the rest is just sort of attack damage benefits, you know? It's just damage buffs, but definitely getting into the sweet spot of this Kindred, as we see Zendef actually really styling on top Blackman up here, but now he's pulled into the realm with the mobility means a little bit less, but he's still using it to spades to get away from that mace as well. But out of the realm comes the support, and that's a huge pickup there. A nice pick in the side lane to punish Zendef. Keeps Queen's Gambit afloat a little while longer, takes one of those Barons off the map.
Yeah, that's really funny about just watching people use all of their movement abilities whenever you're inside the Death Realm as Mordekaiser. Watching them thinking that they're going to survive or something, when you know you easily have this kill. And to comment on your Kindred remark about his marks, see, funny. Oh, that wasn't planned, by the way. I want to say it's every 3 or 4 marks. I haven't played Kindred in a hot minute. So every 3 or 4 marks gives him the bonus.
Okay, understood. Yeah, I'm not exactly a Kindred enjoyer myself, outside of like some off-meta bot lane excursions.
Chad is telling me it's 3, so I was half right.
Okay. So
I was in the park. Look at me go.
Very nice for Kindred then, to hit that 7th mark power spike. Going to be even more of a menace than they've already been now, with the Ornn upgrade as well, and the Infinity Edge just going to be doing massive damage. And with how accelerated the Kindred is, that means you can pay that QSS tax and not really feel too bad about it. So now one of your big tools for taking Kindred out of the fight is just a whiff.
Yeah, so now the big thing for Kindred is deciding, do you use it on the Mordekaiser ult? Do you use it on the Maokai ult? Or do you want to just be silly and flex on your opponents because you're better and do it on the Karma Slew?
That is the question. What do you hold those capabilities for? I mean, personally, I'd like to see like a super sick, like Captain Jack on the Maokai W. Personally, that feels like a good way to go about it. But yeah, things feeling definitely being Chillers inevitable at this point, right? It's only a 5k gold lead, which for 30 minutes, like, that's sizable, right? That's definitely an advantage, but there's so much hidden value we're not seeing represented in purely the gold lead, right? These marks on Kindred offering extra stats, the ornaments extra stats, the Drake lead extra stats. It really feels like Bing Chillers have this one wrapped up, and we'll be moving for that game 2 go next angle pretty quickly, and they have a chance to prove it in a big way here, Kong, because we got another fight basically going to be forced in 30 seconds when they have a chance to collect their soul.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a matter of is Queen's Gambit will be able to stay in this match if they could collect this dragon. If Bing Chilling does pick it up, I don't see a world in which Queen's Gambit can easily take it back. I mean, there's still a chance, but they're really going to have to work for it.
Yeah, and they're committing all 5 members to this dragon as well. They're not trying to play tricky on the map. They're not trying to send Top Blackman to split, pressure that side lane, find some objective bounties. They are saying it's now or never, it's do or die on this Drake as we get the zoomed out view. Stronghold playing with that relic fairly well, and here comes that combo we were talking about on the hunt. Mantra E, so speedy, but what can you find with your speed? Are you just rushing to int with Murderer going into the Zonias, making him immune to what is coming? And it's actually going to be Chillers feeling the pain quite a bit on the engagement that they chose, as now Matt G is going to set one up for Federer right out of the hourglass, and they're not done yet. Here comes Zenda finally coming forward, saving that ultimate cooldown, but Matt G is the focus of the ire of the Queen's Gambit crew as Julius flashing the wall to get to safety. They are playing this very slow and very carefully, but it's not going to matter because Federer is going wild. The double kill for the Caitlyn means that the team fight will just be a wipe. The ace is collected. The soul is in the hands of the Chillers, and they are going to be looking for an end angle fairly soon, you gotta believe.
Yeah, Bing Chiller's doing a really good job in that fight, and it seemed like Queen's Gambit was just very unorganized that entire time, because they were just like, okay, we're gonna engage, and then as soon as the Mordekaiser ulted, they were like, okay, guys, let's run away.
Yeah, it was not the most... It felt like they were playing with their hearts over their heads there, right? It was a Hail Mary. You've been losing the 5v5s this whole way along. The enemy team's very accelerated, and yet you opt into a 5v5 over the Drake anyway. And you know what? Every single one of these 5v5s, they've been losing them and sort of getting baited by just all the tools that the Chillers have to keep themselves alive. That Lamb's Respite putting in so much work. And Kongman, I gotta predict that Cade's not getting this pick again as we move forward through this series, but here comes the TP. Stronghold as well, looking for the flank. This is a bit of desperation, but the Blast Cone actually going to be taken away from Cade there as he gets scooped into the back, but he still finds a kill anyway. At the very least could trade for 1-for-1, and Julius is so squishy as well, might even go 2-for-1 in the 3v1. That's a whole lot of numbers, but what you have to know is that Cade is huge despite the shutdown, which goes to exactly the wrong number.
Can someone check Calculated's PayPal account real quick to make sure he hasn't been bribed or something? Because these Azir have been a bit questionable.
I mean... Go next, you know, mental reset. Yeah. We'll see what happens, as that's going to be another fight getting started, and Zendef already starting it with aplomb, going to pick up 2 real quick. I mean, it's just going to be the support answered if that, as Top Blackman does pick up Oreo out of the Zonias there, but he's the last man standing, as Baron will be now the focus for the side of the Chillers. They're onto that one. Nick goes down pretty quick, even without their second AD carry.
Yeah, and then Ornn is just tanking all of this. Looks like he's not even taking any damage at all. Baron is in pacifist mode, just getting beat to the... I can't finish that statement without getting fined.
We'll say they're getting beat to the punch. That's
there we go.
That's the clean way of putting it down, but...
There we go.
Yeah, Chillers coming out big time in this here first match, playing it smart, playing it safe, picking up their Baron, and now it feels like their end is almost inevitable. 10k is the visible gold lead. The rest of those bonus stats probably pushing it to around the realm of a 15k. I mean, that's not the kind of comeback you can really mount, Kongman, unless we're talking like Season 2 Froggen on Anivia versus Moscow 5, right? Like, it's just not going to happen in modern League of Legends.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. So I'm pretty sure Queen's Gambit has already decided that they're just going to kind of wrap this one up, sit back, and realize, yeah, I don't think we can do much with this one. But I'm sure Holden is currently like writing down a bunch of stuff like, okay, you guys suck, here's why, ban Kindred, and don't int.
Furiously scribbling in the draft notebook, ban Kindred. This is good advice.
Ban Kindred, calculated, no more Azir.
We will see if those are the changes that are made in what's starting to feel like a pretty inevitable game 2 with game 1 going on over to these chillers in due time, although they are living up to their name a little bit here in terms of the chilling Kongman. Maybe you could argue they could be a bit more aggressive, a bit more forceful, but they're just playing it so cleanly, so by the books. They're playing on 2 lanes. They're playing where they have more members, right? They're just forcing Queen's Gambit to run around the map and try to match them, and it will result in even more objectives going their way.
I mean, you say you want them to be more aggressive, but I mean, like, they're already ahead. They can just sit back, enjoy their green tea, and just keep doing what they're doing. They've been chilling.
True. Now maybe the chilling is coming to an end. Maybe now it's time for violence, and maybe it's time for the last-ditch effort of the comeback, because they do actually have numbers advantage here. Do Queen's Gambit, but Oreo Murderer going to buy some time with that stopwatch, and there is the Lamb's Respite to get even more. Cade with the Maw of Malmortius as well. The healing is crazy as they turn that around. Lickety Split did the chillers. The big knockup from Matt G sets up the double kill, and now it's going to be Captain Calculated finally finding some big-time damage, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. 3 for 3 goes the fight. I mean, it's just Zendef and Matt G left. I don't have a whole lot of capability to siege the Nexus turrets by themselves here, but they might be able to take another tier 3. I mean, that was a lot of time actually bought there. Captain Calculated finally online.
Yeah, Captain Calculated, what are we, like 37 minutes in? My timer seems to have disappeared on my end.
36,
and,
yes.
36 minutes in, and Calculated finally getting his first kills of the game. Definitely very, very late to come online, but I mean, I guess this means Queen's Gambit is still kind of in this game.
The gold lead did actually grow between the start and end of that play. It was 10 and now it's 11, but, you know, it's a start. You've basically, you know, survived through that last Baron, and one thing that does happen in these uber late game League of Legends scenarios is, right, you can almost suffer from your success, because the further pushed up you are, the more zones of the map you have to control. You have to spread your vision game across more areas, and if you can find, you know, that gap in the armor, if you can find that place to approach from as Queen's Gambit, you might just be able to win yourself another miracle fight. The problem is, there's one thing that's really good at ending games, Kongman, and that's Elder Drake, and that's up in 25 seconds.
Yeah, and Big Chillin already has river control. Like, they're already in the river, they're already clearing wards, they're placing their own wards. And Queen's Gambit is like, hey, Azir, you're still in base. Can you come help us with this real quick?
Yeah, it's going to be Captain Calculated, a bit late to the party, is sitting on 3 completed items, though, has the stopwatch to play with as well. Stronghold just escaping the edge of that charm range from Zendef, who, with that Banshee's Veil, feeling empowered to be on the flank on their lonesome. But now it will actually be Queen's Gambit finding their space into this river, starting up this Elder Drake. They know that this is one of the few win conditions they have left available to them. Zendef once again on the flank, sitting on that Spirit Rush, ready to dip and dive and slide around, but it will be the bit of the retreat. But here comes the Maokai ultimate, is matched by the bench toss into the Curse of the Sad Mummy. It will once again be a great stopwatch from Murderer to put down the hopes of Queen's Gambit. It's a 5v3 at this point, and it didn't even look close this time around. I mean, Stronghold just delaying the inevitable. Julius trying to run away, but the Ace in the hole going to chase him down. The Ace will be collected upon by the Ahri, and that should just be it. Game 1 going over to the side of Bing Chillers here. Just have to seal the deal, push through, and okay, I thought Zendef was going to start the red buff. I was like, come on, mate. You don't need that. You up 14k gold. It's not necessary.
He just wants to pad his stats. It's all right.
Oh, man.
You know what they say, pad those stats, make yourself look better. No one ever
true.
questions it.
Chasing that big paycheck for next VRS season for sure. Definitely needs to
exactly,
you know, accentuate what's going on. But that is going to be the victory here in game number 1 going on over for Queen's Gambit, as we do return to the desk to or not for Queen's Gambit, rather for Bing Chillers. Excuse me, my mind is in the wrong spot. The loss being copped by Queen's Gambit. Yeah.
Big shout out to Pip Gaming in chat saying, I'm pretty sure the water boy on Chillers is gapping the water boy on Gambit. They look thirsty.
Oh, that's good. I gotta remember that one. I'm putting that one in the silo.
That's pretty good.
Kongman, just real briefly, you know, I'd ask Shogun, but he's in Georgia, so you can't get his opinion on it.
Yeah, he's on that Ferris wheel right there.
Yeah, let's just brief changes we want to see heading into game 2 here for the side of Queen's Gambit.
Ban Kindred.
True.
Don't play Azir.
True. You heard it here, folks. first, my analyst has gotten the lay of the law put down. You know what needs to happen now. BC Green Tea going to go up 1-0 in this series, and we are going to take a quick break to get ready for Game 2, see if Queen's Gambit can answer back. Don't go anywhere, you won't want to miss it. We will return in just a moment.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the fall. For the weak and the broken, for the lost and forsaken.
We are back. We are right into draft for game number 2. Bing Chiller's Green Tea finding the very aggressive, well-earned victory in game 1 off the back of Cade's amazing Kindred play. Infinite Dodge joined once again by Kongman, and we are seeing a lot of the same bands coming through, but Queen's Gambit feeling like the Amumu was a big problem last time around. You know what? I can't disagree. A lot of those engages from Oreo Murder were really strong.
Yeah, I'd kind of have to agree with that. I mean, I wouldn't be upset if they also banned away the Kindred because both Kindred and Amumu did kind of carry the teams. I mean, I do. Okay. I know a lot of the support players are probably going to flame me in chat whenever I say this, but I really think the jungler did more than the support did that game.
I think they were both contributors in a big way towards that win, but now Queen's Gambit, are you gonna give the Kindred over? This is the question. They're sitting and they are thinking on this last ban. They're on red side this time around. They have side selection after a loss in game 1, and they are going to take away the Kindred. I think that's a smart move.
Okay. So as I predicted in Holden's journal, it said ban Kindred, don't play Azir. So
We'll
right
see.
now, one of those boxes has been checked, and now it's a matter of whether or not Holden will hold up the don't play Azir portion.
That's a great comment in chat that I won't read out, but yes, Civil, that's a funny comment. We do have a little bit of comfort going back over, despite some disruption coming through on if you don't get it, you don't get it. It's fine. We do have some comfort going back for the Chillers. They are going to pick up that Caitlyn again, which wasn't really that impactful to me, but, you know, it does let Federer play very safe, as they did last time, assuming there's other primary carry threats. Did their job in the late game at the very least, which is all you can ask for when, you know, you have your other carries doing what they're doing in the early game, so I think that's absolutely fine. Queen's Gambit going to answer it with another scaling hyper carry, this time not a short range one, though, like the Sivir they had in game 1. This time they're going with Jinx, the queen of lethal tempo and long range attacks.
So good to see Jinx from Fortnite being picked up once again in the VRS League. I mean, we haven't seen her in quite a while. With the Lulu support, oh, this is just a beautiful bot lane.
Yeah, this is like, you know, stamp, like, you know, check marks, like meta bot lane, get your hyper carry, get your enchanter. You know, it's standard, but I think it's the right way to go when you're down 1-zip and you really want to make sure you bring home the win here. You're going with, you know, the most effective tactics available in that regard. And now Bing Chiller's thinking a while on their next rotation of picks, maybe thinking about what they can get for Cade. But that is more of what I expected to see in game 1 paired with the Caitlyn Kongman. It's going to be one of those classic Caitlyn pair-ups in the Lux big-time kill lane.
Yep, and one thing I do want to point out with Lux is that it is also a flex pick into the mid lane. I mean, we don't see a lot of mid lane to Lux, especially in the competitive Victoris scene, just because she's outclassed by almost every other mid lane champion. But if you allow Lux to be put in the mid lane and just allow her to scale, suddenly that R is actually something you just can't stand in the way of.
Yes.
And it hurts and it can steal a dragon. Okay. Oh, hey, boys,
Go
you know
ahead.
what time it
I'm
is.
waiting for it. Yep. Resident Sleeper Trundle going to come on through. It's going to be the counter pick for the Ornn, as this time Kongman might have passed right through sleeping to death. He might be bored to death by this here Trundle.
All I see is Trundle, and I already know that if I don't get... Well, wait, we picked the same thing, so you've essentially locked me into last place, Mr. Dodge.
Let's
So,
go.
yeah, so since we picked the same thing, you've officially locked me into
Get
last
bullied,
place, which
kid.
means I'm probably gonna be thrown into Trundle jail into Mastery 7, and I'm gonna hate every second of it.
I forgot that was the bet. That's so amazing. If you want to have fun with Trundle Kongman, just play him top, which Queen's Gambit might do as well, because you know, you're picking him as a normal counter pick anyway. Oh, play him support too. That's also fun.
Yeah, I'll play him support, and I'll get someone who plays Yasuo ADC, and then we'll just run it down.
Oh, sounds good, man. Sounds good. As we see the last of these bands come through, more solo lane attention with that Swam, with that Silas this time around. Queen's Gambit going to be saving counter pick. We'll see which of their solo laners gets that. I mean, it should just be for mid, right? You already see their Ornn. It's not like they're going to flex it into the jungle. So we'll see what top laner does get picked up here.
I mean, Ornn jungle is pretty spicy. It's not great. I mean, the clear is decent because of his W, but I mean...
I've played it a fair amount
done.
of times when I get counterpicked, and that is one of the picks that I was highlighting in the pregame. I love Shen. You're playing to protect the Jinx comp. Just play Shen. That is lovely. You know, so big ups to Queen's Gambit on that one.
All right, Big Chillers. Let's see if you lock in the Shyvana or Ivern, the two ones I really highlighted. I can't really highlight Sejuani anymore because I asked for it quite a bit, and now everyone, even the pro teams, are playing it, and I'm like,
Indeed.
yeah, Sejuani, and I see it so much, I'm like,
The most
yeah,
boring champion to want to see teams play. I don't really understand that one, Kongman. I'm not gonna front. Uh, as I just realized, I
pick
started
Graves.
the prediction poll for game 2 a little bit early here. My apologies on that to folks in chat. I was just trying to get it ready. You know, it's a lot to juggle doing the producing and the play-by-play at the same time. Sometimes my brain goes on a walk and doesn't come back. But the Graves pick going to be an exciting one. Going to be full clearing, with speed and precision, and then just trying to carry through the late. It's going to be one of these really annoying Graves builds, I would have to imagine, like Umbral Glaive Gore Drinker, just never dies in fights, turns off all the lights. Super utility Graves, as, yes, we're pogging out at the Akali pick. It's, it's fun. It's a flex. It's, it's Akali.
I'm definitely a Akali word that's not allowed on Twitch.
You can't say that word on Twitch?
No,
The S
it's
word?
Twitch. Yeah, you know the squirrels in my pants word.
Oh. Wait, I have no idea what's happening, but we do have
You,
Cassio coming through, which is a weird.
I
Cassio?
respect it.
I guess it's fine.
I mean, Akali like jumps into you and you just ult her, and then she's sitting there under tower being ulted by Cassio, and then you're like, ha 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 ha, Akali dead. Ha ha.
Yeah, I mean, Cassio is like very much indexed into being like an anti-dive champion, right? Miasma prevents those movement ultimates and spells, like the big engage spells from coming in, like your big meatball wombo spells, and then you have the ult so that when they do get in your face, you just freeze them up, which will be good against Akali. The rest of this comp from Big Chillers really wants to play at range, though. Well, I guess Graves wants to get in your face. I'm not crazy about the Cassio, but it'll cut through the Ornn with the DPS as the game goes on, and I just like the general rest of the comp for Queen's Gambit a lot more anyway, so I'm fine with the Cassio. If it's comfortable for calculated, go ahead. I have no qualms with it.
Yeah, so they banned Kindred. Calculated is not on Azir. This actually looks like a good chance for Queen's Gambit. Holden doing a great job in the coaching position. Good job to him. Love to see it.
Yeah, definitely so. As I was just communicating with the players in lobby so that we can get this draft going on through in the client. But Kongman, I've sort of tipped my hand already. I say I prefer the Queen's Gambit draft here, and I think they're going to come back with a little bit of a vengeance to take this game number 2. Who are you feeling for taking the second game here in this series?
I mean, I'm pretty sure based off of draft alone, Queen's Gambit wins because of who they have.
Hmm.
But because of the characters that were drafted, Trundle, I hate it. Don't like to see it ever. That's -1 point for Queen's Gambit.
You
Bing
can't always
Chillers,
get what you want.
I know. Bing Chillers picked Akali. That's a big +1 for me. Love to see it. One way that I would like to see Queen's Gambit use this composition, especially if it's an Ornn top, just play River Shen. Never
Hmm.
visit the top lane. Just perma camp. Play River Shen. Just win the game.
Fair
I'd
enough.
love to see it.
I don't know if we're gonna be blessed with River Shens in 5v5 competitive, but it would be a pretty cool look. We will have to wait and see, of course, what the look will be from these teams moving into game 2. We are going to throw it on over to a quick little competitive integrity, pregame buffer, spectator delay, whatever you want to call it, break. We are waiting for these teams to get on into game, but they will be going along in just a second, so stay right where you are. We got game 2 coming at you hot and spicy right after this. Be right back. And here we are, everybody. We are on to the Rift for game number 2. It was Bing Chiller's Green Tea picking up what could be looked at maybe as a little bit of an upset win in game 1, Kong.
Yeah, definitely a little unexpected coming out there. Really took me by surprise, I'll say that.
Yeah, we all predicted a 4-game series at least. I was the lone voice of 3-1 for Queen's Gambit, but 2 of the 3 game losses of the season now for Queen's Gambit being handed over by Bing Chillers. So this is not a team to shake a stick at. The Group B grudge match does continue, and we'll see if they can keep the momentum going and pick up this game 2 here. But that action, it's going to take a while to get to, of course. For now, we just have our spreads coming on out. Every jungle entrance, whether it's a player or a ward, has been accounted for, so no shenanigans quite yet.
Yep, is definitely going to be interesting. And a quick little update is that Rise of the Middle Sticks and Mint were apparently scheduled for tomorrow, but they are actually playing at the moment, and game 1 for them just got underway.
Lovely. So we have both sides of the semifinal brackets coming through tonight. Should be good. Maybe we'll have some information to give to one side or the other when all is said and done. But we have, again, parallel clears coming out. Looks like bot lane will be the focus. We saw, the early gank into counter gank at bot lane in about 3.5 minutes last time around. And that actually went very heavily in Queen's Gambit's way. They went 3 for 1, but then the immediate follow-up gank on mid is sort of where things broke open with Cade on that Kindred.
Yep, and we already see the Akali getting a little zoned out here from this Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia range versus Akali melee. Cassiopeia does have the nice little bit of the early advantage, but I'm pretty sure this Akali Zendef is actually going to be a little bit smarter than calculated.
Yeah, it's you're getting lots of those poison stacks there into the fangs from Cassio. That's not how you want to start out the lane. Did go for that Doran shield, did Zendef, just to try and find something, but this is what I was talking about. The early game bot lane ganks coming through, but here's the counter gank into the mid lane as Cade finds calculated. He has forced a flash despite the phase rush and will go down to the last tick of Ignite as well. So first blood for the second game in a row going over to Bing Chillers, who could not be matched by Queen's Gambit in that bot lane play.
Yeah, and as I said, Akali would probably...
Kongman? We have appeared to lose Kongman here. That is unfortunate. So I guess it's a dodge solo cast for now until we can get Kongman back into the thick of things. He has disappeared into the Death Realm, despite the fact Mordekaiser is not in this game. Maybe, it's like one of those things where you joke about the Ash arrow going off screen and landing in China, but we do have another gank coming on through. Stronghold just really being a nuisance, though. One of the best uses of that Trundle Pillar is just to stop backs. And unfortunately, you can do it to your teammates, too. That's like the worst kind of troll, is somebody who picks Trundle and, runs it down and stops your own back with his pillars. Definitely not one I would like to see. As I see Kongman in chat posting up the question mark, so we know his internet is still here. It seems like something's gone wrong with his mic, though, because I cannot hear him in the Discord. Feels bad, man. Yeah, here comes Stronghold once again into the mid lane, but look at Zendef bringing the backup. The pillar's actually going to be pretty nice, going to force the flash to come on through from Cade to get around that one, but not going to find a kill is the side of Queen's Gambit. Again, they have been frustrated on their attempts, as it's a little bit of a rough going for them, but I think they have decent scaling this time going into the later game, and a little bit of a better 5v5 comp this time as compared to what they had in the last contest, so hopefully it shouldn't be too much of a hindrance. But down 1.2k at 4 minutes, not exactly the spot you want to be in. At the very least, when it comes to Shapeless and Federer down here, at least they're going to handshake the lane, let that Jinx get nice and strong. And man, oh man, it's been a long time since I've done a solo cast. I forgot how tough it is to fill all of this airtime. Kind of just have to keep the chatter going incessantly. We'll see if we can get Kongman in here post-haste, but the Infernal Drake is going to hit the Rift now as we hit that 5-minute mark, and it should be a decent amount of priority with this Lux to push out these bot waves, hopefully get over there with Cade to find an early take, as Julius going to hit the bad end of a trade from that Lux. Here comes Stronghold to try and back it up, however, Federer with both sums, probably not going to be an easy target. Oreo as well, can work with those Yoral Snap Traps, can get those Binding Lights out, and can keep the aggression from really finding its place, really tempering out Stronghold in this early game. Feels like he hasn't been as effective on this Trundle as he wants to be, so things just sort of continue in this status quo. Making again another appearance mid, but it doesn't feel like this one's ever going to work now that Zendef has access to the Shroud. The Shuriken flip as well, can just play so flippantly. That wasn't meant to be a pun, by the way. So he's just going to help his team shove out this wave, but now he's in the midst of multiple forms of attack, is forced to flash, and gets ignited on as well. So they're going to hold this wave in the mid lane. This is so good for Zendef, as it's really feeling like a story of bad to worse here for Stronghold, really neglecting his camps to try and force a lot of plays, but the defensive capability of Bing Chillers in this early game has to be commended.
Yeah, Stronghold doing a really good job.
Oh, thank God.
Doing what he can. I've been here for about a minute, but you just kept going. I was like, I'm not going to interrupt this man. He's doing such a great job.
Thank you. I was like, okay, I'm going to throw it, and he's going to be back, and you were. Good stuff.
Oh, good. But, we do believe that this is part of the Queen's Gambit curse. We didn't have a stream last night. Queen's Gambit came in and turned off my internet for a little bit there. But I am back. We are good. We are feeling great. But there's still a Trundle in this game, so I'm still not feeling 100% about this match. But, we work with what we got.
Yeah, Big Truer is coming out there as it comes a little bit later than I might have expected, but this is going to be Chillers working to their game plan, push out with this early aggressive lane, then move over to the Drake. However, their mid laner not on the map and has no TP, so they'll be at a numbers disadvantage. They do kite away from the approaching Captain Calculated, but it is into the face of that zap as Top Blackman comes forward with the taunt as well, came in with that stand united and turned that play into a 5v3, so it will finally be a play working on out for Queen's Gambit. Now we'll use the TP back to the top lane. Moshen feeling confident that his team has this one nice and locked up.
Yeah, this should be nice and easy because we see Graves back in base. I don't see any way that they steal this. Maybe don't cast a curse. Okay. Queen's Gambit is able to get the Infernal Dragon. Next dragon up on deck will be an Ocean Drag, so no Infernal, no Ocean Drag. Please don't be a Cloud Soul.
Yeah, that's all we can hope for, right? Prage be it to, I don't even know who the lead game designer of League is anymore. It used to be Mark Yetter. He was the one I would make my Prages to. So, Prage to whoever runs this game that tortures us all.
This season is Little Nas X. Have you not been following the news?
True. The president of League of Legends. But here comes Top Blackman in a bad way. He's going to get smoke screened. He's going to get knocked up by that Forge God who was called forward. Going into that nice Spirit's Refuge to try and block himself out from taking any further damage, but it's not going to be enough. He will go down to Cade, who once again in Game 2 is running the map. He is on a roll with these 80 carry junglers. The Rocket not going to connect there up in the top lane. Don't think it would have found a kill anyways. Now Zendef is feeling the burn as well. He's going on forward. He's getting that damage out. He's stacking his Conqueror, but no need to over-aggress. No need to burn that perfect execution. Just going to let his team move on over to that Rift Herald. Scoop that up.
Yeah, it seems like Stronghold is just kind of struggling this match, and even Calculated getting hit by that Akali Q. Very unfortunate to see, because unfortunately if you do get hit by that Akali Q, you just kind of have to back away and go, yep, this is my life now.
Yeah, it's a bad feeling, as it's been particularly rough for Stronghold, right? Because he's been kind of sacking farming to try and make plays happen, but just hasn't really been able to find anything. He does find himself down about 3.5 camps to Cade at this point, and now Zendef has sort of turned this matchup around, right? Captain Calculated with the range was bullying the early levels, but now Kali can really get up in Cassio's face and make bad things happen.
Yep, and even with Oreo Murder who has been roaming this entire time because Cade now has the Rift Herald, but wait a minute, that's a nice smoke screen onto the Shen here. He might not make it out of this.
Nah, he did a good job. He buffered that shame on me, I'm a Shen player. I don't actually know what his E is called, but he does get on out of there. Things are all good. Took a blind hope that he wasn't going right into the graves with that E, and he wasn't. He finds the escape angles. Now his jungler is the one hovering up top. Matt G about to face check that brush. If the pillar is good, it could be huge, but the E doesn't connect. Matt G will force the flash anyway. Just wants to be cautious, as not going to go outstandingly for Stronghold once again in these ganks.
Yeah, and Oreo Murder, still not quite level 6 yet, currently waiting for their burst. Julius is getting a nice bit of poke damage on there. And I don't like the Lux just sitting in that bush. Okay, she is moving.
Yeah, gotta put that vision down, gotta be aggressive, gotta make your presence felt. That was, that's just what happens with the way that chompers work. They buffed, how quickly they become effective once they hit the map by like a quarter of a second, but it's still really easy to do what Federer just did, just buffer a movement ability through them and not get caught up. But here comes Stronghold.
Oh, no.
Once again, finally will make a gank work, it appears, because even though he got bound up, the pillar keeps Murderer from escaping, so they feed one over to Shapeless. That's exactly where you want the gold to go.
Yeah, Shapeless finally with a kill on the board in this game. Excuse me, about 11 minutes into the match. I know as an ADC you probably want to get kills as early as possible, but 11 minutes is still pretty decent. But unfortunately for Queen's Gambit, you're still down about 2,000 gold.
Yeah, we'll see if they can start to right that ship, tip the scales the other way. Once Jinx hits the late game, will be very, very effective. So might be just a waiting of the 5v5s. I mean, the one big fight we saw with every member did go very squarely in the way of Queen's Gambit, as Top Blackman blocking out on that brittle proc with the Spirit's Refuge, but still going to be Matt G finding a nice trade. Here comes the Spirit Sword proc, so with that percent health damage, these guys are scrapping it out. They might be playing a couple of meatballs, but that doesn't mean they aren't going to aggress onto each other, as is the top laner's code of conduct.
Yeah, I have a strange feeling that Matt G, is not 100% sure how Shen works. Because he seems like try to engage, and then he's like, oh, wait, you have a shield? Okay, I have to leave. And speaking of leaving, all of a sudden, he doesn't have a good exit plan here.
No, he's just going to be gotten up. Stronghold finally starting to reverse the tide, makes a good gank work in both side lanes now, but Julius forced to flash in their own jungle, can't even go up that far to try and force the vision control, but critically Oreo Murderer still not 6 here after dying in that last play, so maybe that could be a deciding factor at this Ocean Drake in just 20 seconds. Once that hits the rift, you have to imagine these teams are going to want to fight over it. Now Cade hovering around this bot side, trying to make something happen.
Yeah, I do. Something I just noticed is that Lux does have First Strike as a support, which is something we don't usually see very often on Lux support, or at least I haven't.
I mean, how often do we see Lux support, right?
Yeah, that's very true, especially in Leona, Thresh, Nautilus, Blitzcrank meta.
Yeah,
Should even Morgana.
It's rough. It's rough out here for Alex, as Cade going to drop down this first Rift Herald, will get the charge off. It's a nice use of the smoke screen to sort of zone the opposing bot lane off of trying to hit that eye before anything happens. And now they have, a bit of an angle to try and go for the dragon, but Stronghold in the right place at the right time means they don't get that free inside track. Even with the pushed up wave, can't just go and take that one for free. So the action will be delayed a little bit here, but Shapeless going to get hit up by one of those big exploding bursts of light from Oreo Murderer. Means he's in a little bit of danger, has to kite it out, but his team's still taking the opportunity to go in on this Ocean Drag.
Yeah, and Stronghold currently trying to farm this dragon. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like any of Bing Chilling is in a good position for this. Akali's just now leaving her base. Maybe get a steal. Oh, good smite there.
Yes, very nicely locked up by Stronghold, doing his job, hitting those smites. It looked to be at about 950 when the Lux ulted it, which might have been an issue, but thankfully hands were good, response was there, and now it's 2 Drakes is the lead for the side of Queen's Gambit. Despite the fact they're down a little bit in gold, they're doing good for locking up a path into this late game where they'll really shine.
Yeah, but we are on Hex Soul, which, looking at Hex Soul here, doesn't really benefit any composition like more than the other besides Jinx. So because Hexel is all about getting those stacks coming out even faster. We do see a little skirmish out here in the bot lane.
Yeah, here comes the Spirit's Refuge as well. Stronghold flashing forward to try and get Shen there, but he gets interrupted by Matt G. It was a nice play to keep that from going through, but will he pay for it with his life? He's in deep in enemy territory. Does have the flash available to himself, but so does Top Blackman to follow any move he might make and even extend it with his dash as well to find that perfectly placed taunt, but will just force the enemy flash and hold on to his. This might be the first turret of the game going down as a result. However, Shapeless not willing to give that one up.
Yep, we do see Cassiopeia floating in this jungle, and then just decides, nope, I'm out. See you guys.
Oh, look at that wave clear coming through from Oreo Murderer. big Pogs with that final spark, just using it to get rid of those minions, and sets up a nice little push with this turret on its last leg. Should mean that Federer picks up that first turret gold. Zoriel Murderer is forced to flash, and that's the chomp to slow up Federer as well. Stronghold continuing to move forward with that subjugate should keep him healthy, even though he's the focus. No mana for his bot laners, however, means that they can't actually continue the aggression. They have no damage left to pump out, so we'll be trading that one summoner spell for 4, essentially, in the extended arrangement around that bot lane. We'll lose that tier 1 as well.
It is unfortunate that you lost your tier 1 turret, which now unfortunately means you're at about a 3,000 gold deficit. But, I mean, it could be worse. It could be later in the game. You could be losing entirely like you were last game. And 3,000 gold at this current state isn't really that bad. And I do want to point out that Caitlyn does currently have a 200 gold bounty with a 0-0 record.
Lovely. We scale, boys. You know, there's hope yet for Queen's Gambit, despite the fact, as you point out, Caitlyn's pretty strong with that. Zendef getting tagged up, that Miasma actually going to find the grounding and force the flash, but that is going to be the flash with the Petrifying Gaze follow. Not quite going to hit its mark, and now it could be Captain Calculated, who didn't really calculate that overextension. The burst combo, so potent from Bing Chillers. Gonna punish that snake for slithering up just a little bit too far.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting place slithering up quite that far. I mean, after you flash, you miss the R. I think that's just kind of your cue to just leave.
Yeah.
Like you miss your ult, just get out. There's no bringing that back.
As that's going to continue to extend this lead, about 3.5k now for the side of Bing Chillers, and that's where things get a little scary, right? You don't want to keep giving kills to these critical members, and if they can just burst you through, find these picks before you can get to that big 5v5, team fight, 2-item spike stage for Shapeless, things could get really spooky indeed. As here comes Cade looking for a top gank, but Shen got wind of it in time. It is going to be that Umbral Glaive build that we've seen pop up so much recently for the Graves.
Yeah, Umbral Glaive is kind of that one item that, I'll be honest, even I forget exists from time to time.
It's OP,
because
bro.
It's really good, honestly, because the Blackout, I'm rereading it, that is pretty spicy.
Yeah, I mean, the item would probably still be decent as we see Shapeless forced to flash, actually doesn't want to eat that full Lux combo. Once the Light Binding hits with Final Spark up, you're basically screwed with this full damage Lux. But yeah, even if the passive worked so that once it went on cooldown, you couldn't 3-stack wards anymore, or 2-tap rather, as Graves, it would still be good. But it does have that. As we see in this ninja battle, it's actually Shen coming out on top. Who is the Master of Shadows? It might just be Zendef who goes back in with that perfect execution. The taunt was there for a while, but the Shuriken Flip will set it up. The second proc doesn't come through for Zendef, so it was a standstill battle between these two masters of assassination, but the Rocket says, screw your ancient ninjutsu art, I have the power of explosives.
I saw the cheeks ult from Swan, and I'm like, this isn't going to connect. And then I saw the Kelly walk back into position. I'm like, oh no, it's happening.
Oh, that's such a huge boon for Shapeless to pick that one up. Does mean a member off the map for another 12 seconds as well with this Ocean Drake about to spawn, but that's going to be the final spark. However, Captain Calculate actually took basically no damage from that. I think probably because Zoriel Murderer couldn't proc the auto attacks on top of it. Had the shielding coming through as well from the Lulu, means that that's a big cooldown gone for not much benefit. Now it will be this Hextech Drake that is focused, and this is going to be sole point if it can be collected here by Queen's Gambit. They have their Shen here in time. The Miasma to zone them out. The Call of the Forge God going to be a bit more of a defensive one, trying to just introduce some disorder into the backline, but it's just going to be this Drake going down, pretty handily to the side of Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, Queen's Gambit is looking a lot better this match. I mean, there is a pause coming out.
Fun stuff.
Yep. Apparently, Caitlyn has DC'd, which is very unfortunate to see, especially in the Dragon Pit fight, is the word I'm receiving at the moment. And then Joey's just trying to say, report my team, 2 of them are AFK.
Oh, man, that's not the situation you want to see. I think it will be a situation that forces us to take a quick break here. So we will return in a second, as I see the unpause has been called for, but yeah, this usually hangs up for a little bit. So we're going to take a break so we can make sure we're synced up here, both of us casters, and we will return in a moment. So stick right where you are. Once this pause is over, we will be bringing the game action back to you in just a second. All right, y'all. Just had to get some technical, what's its and doozies with the Riot replay client, which is so great. It's so well designed.
Yes, yes.
Just had to get that sorted out. But we're back in the game, and Queen's Gambit, there are some similarities to last game, going behind a little bit in the early game in terms of the gold, but this time around, such better Drake control, really paying off well for them.
Yeah, they do have a really nice Drake control. We do have Baron spawning in about 10 seconds. I don't think either team is ready to do a 20-minute Baron pop. The fastest in Victoris this season, I do believe, was a 21-minute Baron. So maybe Queen's Gambit would like to contest that record.
I don't think they have the DPS for it. Your Jinx isn't on 2 items yet. You do have the Cassio, who offers a lot of DPS as well, but I just don't think it's in the cards, really. They're going to wait for some sort of pick, some sort of mistake.
I did also just notice that Cassio has a Dark Seal with 0 charges, so that is another big deciding factor.
Love that. Waiting for the... For the stacks to come in is definitely a good idea for sure, as we see some more fighting up here in this top lane, and that's the percent health damage that Shen has that a lot of people aren't even really aware that he has, but that is on his queue. And that second Rift Herald getting dropped basically near the end of its timer, I have to imagine, because that's a pretty late second Rift Herald, but it should lock up a nice tier 1 here for Captain Calculated.
Yep, definitely have to agree with you there. And it does appear that bot tower is going to go down for the side of Queen's Gambit, getting their first tower of the game. And this Caitlyn is unfortunately getting a little zoned out. Ooh, big stun from Murder. Julius not looking too great.
Thankfully, the ace in the hole was blocked up by the Lulu's own shielding. Now we see Zendef, who's in a bad spot, going to use that perfect execution to try and get on out, and does, escapes the petrifying gaze, and now the pinch could come on through. It's Calculated and Stronghold overextended, missing some pretty critical cooldowns, but doesn't look like Cade will be quite in time to get there. The Lux for sure far behind, but that's the smoke screen to lock him up. It's going to be that explosive charge, but oh, it's a whiff right through the middle, as it's 2 very low health members going to have to call in the reinforcement TP of the Ornn, who will find the double knockup. Stronghold burning down, but I don't think it's going to do quite a lot. They will find the sacrificial lamb of Top Blackman, who was sort of griefed by his own jungler there. Got pillared onto the wrong side of that fight.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Captain Calculated not having the Cassiopeia ult to help with the follow-up was a bit unfortunate. Now, wait a minute, Lulu's not in a good position.
Yeah, Matt G continuing to go forward, but the final spark going to get dodged out on. Meanwhile, Cage is getting 1v1 by Shapeless, who finds a shutdown that's so huge. Goes excited. Won't have enough space to run down to continue the fight, but well done there. Shapeless is actually staying hidden. Lulu showed, but they didn't realize Jinx was there, so Cade goes right over the wall, gets focused down nicely.
Yeah, definitely a really good job there from Shapeless. Looking a lot better this game than they did in the last. And after that fight, Queen's Gambit has now reduced the gold lead to just under just over 1,000.
Yep. That's it's a good sign. They're clawing it back. They're getting into their spikes. Zendef trying to find something onto Shapeless, but the minion block is brutal there and won't continue into the enemy jungle. Doesn't know what lies in wait for them, so just going to go and collect up that wave. The look for a play was there, but not quite able to execute.
Yep, Julia's going to be checking this Baron real quick, making sure they haven't started it, which they have not. Lux also doing the same thing. No one is doing this Baron. It's still a little too early.
Yeah, it would be a gutsy take at 23 minutes for either of these comps for sure. But, I mean, Federer quietly having a very good game, right? Leading the scoring in terms of the CS, just hitting that 2-item spike despite a lack of action around that Caitlyn, as now Zendef chunked out pretty nicely. Has to get on out of there using the Shroud, but... These teams, through this series so far, kind of feels like they really don't want to find, they're not just going to fight for no reason. They're waiting for these objectives. Although Stronghold, oof, that hurts.
Yeah, I do find it interesting how they're just unloading all of the bot lane ults into the same target, but unfortunately, Lux doesn't have quite a lot of AP at the moment to really do much with her ult besides clear a minion wave. And... Caitlyn, unfortunately, her ult doesn't really do a whole lot against a tank Trundle.
Yeah, it's tough. What isn't tough for the side of Big Chillers is this time around they have established full river control ahead of this Hextech Drake, which has just spawned. So it's going to be a pretty tough ask for Queen's Gambit to get in here. They are looking at it. This Chain Lightning slowing everybody up on the side of Big Chillers does offer an approach angle as it's going to be the Call of the Forge God. It comes out. The Ornhorn finds the Shen, who's forced to retreat back defensively, but the Drake resets a little bit, goes back up to half health. Thankfully, the zone control with this Lux pretty strong as well. That's the final spark coming out. Will chunk Shapeless, but that's going to be the Drake getting stolen! Oh my goodness gracious! The play is coming through from Shapeless right now, and now with the soul means they can slow them all up, hunt them all down. The pillar as well will interrupt any hope for escape as Matt G at least breaks it out with that Ornn E, but Flash is being forced, retreats being called, the sirens going off. If you are a chiller, chilling no longer, as it looks like this team fight's just going to be a wash for you. Federer going to get taken out as well. Will even be a shutdown because you were farming just a little too well. That's a feels bad as the red buff going to result in the ace onto the Lux. The Shen ult just for safety's sake, but this game has well and truly been turned around.
Yeah, and although it may seem that only Queen's Gambit has a 300 gold lead, you also have to factor in they just now have Hex Soul, which, as I said, out of everyone in the game, Jinx is the only one that's really going to benefit from this because of her attack speed. And we just saw right there, Jinx is now 5-0-3.
Yeah, that's spooky scary. You don't want that. That's not great. Is going to be backing sitting on 1,800 gold as well, so can start working their way towards that IE. Has the pickaxe in inventory already. Grabs, the BF sword and the crit cloak. This is a late game carry online.
Yep, and speaking of a late game, game 1 of Middlesex against Mint has just ended. Middlesex is currently leading 1-0, so Middlesex looking pretty good to start off their semifinal run.
Yeah, I did call the return of the Middlesticks 3-1, yes? Or 3-2?
I believe you called 3-1. No, you did call 3-2. I was the one who called 3-1.
Okay, either way, I think we're both Middlesticks believers here, and I've noticed, speaking of believers, that the Chillers believers in chat have gone a little bit quiet after game 1. And, we were talking about some of the deficiencies that this draft that they have gotten for themselves might have, between loading ins while we were in the green room. We were just taking a look and saying, yeah, they don't really have a whole lot of team fight potential. This is sort of a smash early or else comp, and while they did find the gold leads, they still could not, find the objective control, and it's put them in a very, very bad way as Top Blackman continuing forward. No tier 2 for Matt G to retreat to. This Shen has carte blanche to just move up aggressively.
Yep, and Captain Calculator doing his best to hold down this tower, but unfortunately, it kind of just goes down immediately.
Yeah. It's actually funny, too, because people sort of think of Cassio as a short-range mage, but they forget that the Q is actually really oppressively long-ranged, to the point where when right after Runes Reforged came out, and, Tier had been reworked as a starting item, people realized that, hey, I can actually just go Q-max Cassio and just bully people out with Comet and constantly be refreshing that passive and just bully from super far range, and Riot had to hard nerf the mana costs on Q so that you couldn't go for it early. But now that we're at this 27-minute mark, it's a 2-item Cassio, 2 mana items as well. Probably has a fully stacked mana flow band as well. Carte blanche to just throw out all of those Qs and just poison up the opposing members from super far away. Fits in with the Jinx very well, and they are just going to have so much zone control.
Yeah, I do also want to point out that Jinx did just purchase the Infinity Edge for her 3rd item, so now this Jinx is going to be dealing a lot of damage, 599 to each of those minions.
Holy smokes, that's a scary carry as she goes excited off of that tier 1 take. That is just the 3rd turret being taken here and not even the last of the tier 1s for Queen's Gambit. You have to feel they'll have plenty of time and capability to siege down these turrets as the later minutes of this game continue onward. As Top Blackman just been soaking waves down here, matching the Ornn, making sure he can't TP in to look for anything cheeky, and it's really just this dance around this Baron right now.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing Lulu back, sitting on about 600 gold, mostly going back to buy control words. Yep, immediately picks up 2 control words as I say that.
Lovely, lovely. We love pink words. We love
Yes,
support gameplay. Very, very engaging.
Ah, yes.
Oh man.
as
Poor
we do see
Lulu.
Stronghold taking a bit of damage from Oreo Murderer. Honestly, I do want to say I probably think that's the best name in this matchup.
Yeah, I like Zendif. It rolls off the tongue well, but Oreo Murderer is definitely a good one. I too, when I have a package of Oreos in front of me, murder them a bit too quickly. Uh,
Yes.
I lack the self control when it comes to America's favorite cookie, as yeah, Federer, what's really scary is this is Rylai's and Hextech's soul, so you get hit by one, you're just going to get run down. As the Rocket, a little bit superfluous there. They had the power with the Flash Petrifying Gauge to lock up Federer, and that's a big team fighting tool gone now with the Baron up, so it's going to be up to Zendef and the boys to try and hold this Baron take, but you have double DPS threats with Hextech's soul onto this Baron Nashor. It's going to be a tough ask for Bing Chillers to reverse it, as Cade is getting absolutely blasted right now. However, that's the combo landing onto the Jinx, who does get the wild growth a little bit late, but now Stronghold and Blackman have joined the fray with the Stand United, and they are just wiping everybody off the face of the map. There goes the Ornn. It should be the tier 1 to follow if they so choose, but they know that they can use this timer advantage of these deaths to go and take the Baron first, then the Elder, and then the turrets are all theirs.
Yeah, they're going to be taking this Baron. Elder will be spawning in about 10 seconds, and honestly, this just looks like a really clean job coming out from Queen's Gambit. Because they had the 4 dragons pretty quickly for Soul, now they have Baron, and now they're just immediately racing down to this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, Kongman, they played a control deck, and, their opponent got some beaters onto the board, but they had their Ash Blossoms ready to go, so they didn't really care, and they broke that board, and now they are ready to become inevitable and win this game. It's going to be up to Cade to try and find some sort of steal here, but with your top laner off the map for another 5 seconds, this is going to continue to tick down. You have to factor in that TP timer as well. Can anybody get in? Oreo Murderer maybe could be the hero with the final spark if they can find the steal, but no vision in the pit quite yet. There goes Zendef into the depths of things, and the final spark going to be used just for damage. Cade's in the pit, but can't find the steal, so it will be the Elder going on over. The wild growth back off cooldown means that team fight is just too easy for the side of Queen's Gambit. They have triple uber buff. They have so much standard gold to collect as well.
Yep, and unfortunately, I don't believe Queen's Gambit is going to stop here. They're going to be sieging this. They've decided, you know what, we're just going to play a quick game at ARAM. That bush is clear. Jinx says, cool, we're going to take this tower. We're going to keep walking. Jinx, Lux, that little E does nothing to me. You know what we're going to do? We're going to keep running at you. I'm shapeless. I have a big gun. I am Jinx from Fortnite. Look at me kill this tower. Now watch me take this inhib.
Kongman, I take exception. Oh my god. Bye, Oreo Murderer. Adios. Oh man. I take exception to you calling it Jinx from Fortnite. It's obviously Jinx from the hit show Arcane, as this is just a slaughter at this point. Yeah, this is going to be very quickly Queen's Gambit evening up this series, although it's going to be... Graves thought he could find Julius with the polymorph! Yeah, that's that. It's going to be an even series here. It's 1 game apiece. Queen's Gambit going to be taking that one.
Queen's Gambit had their pawns in the right places, was able to slide the bishop over just to where it needed to be to get that checkmate onto Bing Chilling. Bing Chilling is no longer chilling, as suddenly they realize that since you wanted to use a Yu-Gi-Oh pun on me earlier, Queen's Gambit has activated evenly matched, and suddenly there's only 1 card on both sides, so it's currently tied 1-1.
Oh, that's that. I was waiting for what your response would be, and that was absolutely perfect. I'm sorry to our non-Yu-Gi-Oh players in chat, but I think if you're watching a League of Legends stream, you should get into Yu-Gi-Oh. It is a game. Imagine a game just as frustrating and poorly designed as League of Legends, but a card game. It's amazing. It's. I absolutely encourage you all to be spending your time playing Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel. It's a great time, and maybe these teams will be doing that to get their. Their mentals back in check, taking a quick little break to go and disenchant some essence between games. But we will also be taking a break here as we do wait for Game 3 to get underway. We are all tied up. One of these teams going to match point right after this. You're not going to want to miss it. We will return shortly. All right, y'all. It's time for game 3. It's all evened up, Kong Man.
Yes, sir. All evenly matched.
That it is. As, excuse me, we see Queen's Gambit taking a little bit of time on this first ban. Not quite sure. Okay, they cannot press the button on the ban, so that first ban is Seraphine, is supposed to be. We might get a draft remake here. I'm not entirely sure. No, looks like we're just going to go on. So keep in mind that the first ban of the blue phase here is Seraphine. Once again, Kongman, we don't get to see our queen.
Yeah, very unfortunate. As taking a quick peek over at the Rodham and Mint, and once again, Rodham has Seraphine, so at least someone gets to play with Seraphine in semifinals.
True. As
Right.
Udi are going to be the takeaway now from Bing Chos. Have we seen that one in the first 2 games of this series? Has that been a consistent one?
Udyr was banned in the first game. I don't remember the second one. There is actually going to be a draft remake here. Apparently, Queen's Gambit is 100% broken.
Unfortunate. We will be getting into just that in just a second here. In the meanwhile, Kongman, what sort of adjustments do you want to see Bing Chillers make as we move into Game 3 here? Obviously, they put themselves on the front foot in Game 1, and now it's their turn to see if they can adapt to what Queen's Gambit pulled out last time.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you look at what Queen Gambit did to carry with. I mean, I could respect the Trundle ban. Honestly, I could see it. As much as I hate seeing Trundle, it is what it is.
They did a
And,
pretty good job keeping the Trundle from popping off in the early, but eventually just felt like the 5v5 Queen's Gambit got a little too much to deal with, as we are into a remade and functional draft.
as we do see the Seraphine Udyr immediately get banned away, and the Amumu was already hovered going into that one. Yumi banned once again. Kindred banned once again. Seems to be the same bans yet again. So now it's all up to Big Chillers to decide what is a problem, and they don't really think anything that Queen's Gambit played was a problem, so they're just going to take the Talia off the table.
Yeah, and the Shen is actually going to be the first pick priority for Queen's Gambit here, and I don't blame them. It was an important part of that composition last time around. We'll see if Bing Chillers get Federer off of this Caitlyn, which it feels like he hasn't had the biggest impact on anyway, and maybe try and take it away for a scaling pick. But that's Gangplank locked in for Matt G. I'll love to see my boy. I mean, I suppose it could go to Zemdef as well. It's a 2-role flex. Either way, always love to see the Pirate. Just played the Shen versus GP matchup today from the Shen side, actually, and it's kind of miserable. So, with the Pog comes the Resident Sleepers. That's just life, you know. It's equivalent exchange. It's a soul for a soul, as Bing Chiller is going to take away that Trundle.
Yep. Once again, there is a Trundle on the board. The only thing that would make this game even more Resident Sleeper is if Queen Gambit locks in a Hecarim. Because, those are the two most boring not top laner junglers. Nocturne is good, though. That is big thumbs up approval right here.
This is such a cool draft already. Double globals coming through for Queen's Gambit. This is some Season 8 technology, some Cloud9 run the gauntlet type composition building coming through, which is really, really awesome to see. I love Nocturne comps, and they're going to put in Kaisel with it, who can follow the dive into the back line. This is such a cool, aggressive comp from Queen's Gambit. But that Swain being left open means that Zendef is going to have a drain tank of a time here in Game 3.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be very interesting. And I do like how Bing Chillers has been just drafting in order, something we don't see very often.
Yeah, it's always nice. I haven't been dealing with switching the picks into the correct order because I didn't realize I was going to be pulling double duty with the producing tonight anyway, so I can't say they're making my job easier, but if I was doing what I was supposed to do and putting the picks in the correct order manually, they're making my job easier by picking in order. Always love when teams do that. I mean, it looks like Bing Chillers is, like they're not moving anything, and Queen's Gambit, they have 2 out of 3, so that's like 5 picks, right where they should be. Great time.
Yeah, and Bing Chillers banning away the Silas reasonable because in fact you have Gangplank. The Silas ult would be really good to steal that. The Trundle ult really good. Even this, I guess maybe the Swain ult, and maybe you also have something else lined up. That lady, I blanked on her name because I rarely ever see her.
That's the most
Lysandra.
I was gonna say that's the most appropriate
There we
response
go.
to seeing Lysandra ever. That lady, absolutely. Get that Lysandra off the board. That's a boring pick. Don't want to see that. Rakan, however, is not. Bing Chiller's finding some of that hard engage go button that they were missing here. Now Queen's Gambit going to be rounding out their composition with a support and a mid laner. We'll see what they want to do to pressure this bot lane here, and
Maybe
what really fits in.
maybe Kaisa is mid lane. Maybe they're all just drafting in order.
Maybe. I mean, they hard nerfed the what do you call it? The full AP build, the W max build. That's gonna be Tarek. You see the Rakan come through. That's a pretty nice pickup. You can get that Dazzling Gleam lined up with the Grand Entrance pretty well. A lot of those champions that have like the CCs that are usable in response to an engage, very good into Rakan. Normally very hard countered by the likes of Leona, right? So definitely good to see that Tarek pickup. Can augment his divers as well, as this is sort of like a mix, right? Never mind. I was going to say the first 3 picks signal dive, but then the second 2 would be anti-dive, but this is just a Nivea. This is going to be wave clear for days, playing from range. God, this is a cool comp from Queen's Gambit. I'm really digging it. Bing Chiller's green tea, not slouching either.
Yeah, now it's all a matter of what is Bing Chiller's ADC going to be. We do see the Rakan, so we could see Xayah picked up. There it is. Okay, look at that. Instantly called it. I'm just that good.
Man, this is one of the most fun drafts on both sides I think I have seen in VRS all split. I have been so sick of so many of the standbys, the same old champions coming in and out, but these are some really great pickups on both sides here, and I'm having a hard time, Kongman, deciding which of these teams I think has given themselves a better team comp heading into Game 3.
Yeah, I honestly think this is probably the most even draft we've seen all season anywhere in the VRS league. Like usually we were always like, oh, draft gap. It's gonna be the big draft gap. It's draft gap for Queen's Gambit, draft gap for Big Chillers. And this one, honestly, like if we were doing the pick'ems for Worlds, I would just hit coin flip and say let the fate decide.
True. Very, very true. Well, you at home can make your voice heard on what the prediction will be here. Show us how to do the analysis, because obviously we are at a little bit of a blank. The predictions are out in chat if you want to put your hard-earned Gurf coin on the line for one of these teams, one way or the others. Whether it will be Bishops capturing the King or Chiller's season once again, you may decide. But Kongman, I'm just excited to get into Game 3 here. I'm excited for this action to start. So we are going to go ahead and throw it over to that Spectator delay break, and on the other side, we will get into what should be such a spicy matchup. I cannot wait to see it. Okay, it is time for game 3 of the night. 2 of the spicier compositions we have seen in the VRS in quite a while here, Kongman. It's starting with even more spices. Stronghold and Top Blackman looking at Cade, trying to push him back, trying to get this deep vision in, and they will do so.
Yep, and Stronghold with the no skin ward. Very spicy.
Amateurs. Don't they know what's most important in this game?
Skins.
Exactly. Being a good consumer and giving Riot your money is that's how you get W's, kids. Have you ever seen the Always Sunny episode where they try out for the Eagles and they bring like a corporate shill to give them a speech about how champions always start their mornings with McDonald's? If you want
I
to
think I've seen that clip.
If you want to be a VRS champ, you gotta buy skins.
Exactly.
We are not sponsored by Riot Games, by the way.
Yeah, you know, this sounds like if we brought in Dark Main, the YouTuber, and had him do a nice little sponsor tag for us. You know, if you want to win big, you gotta spend some money. And to spend money, you gotta make money by buying skins.
Okay, we can analyze the game. We can put our brains into something productive now as the action has started. For the first time in this series, we're actually seeing perpendicular clears as opposed to parallel ones. It will be Trundle heading up to try and influence this top matchup. Meanwhile, Nocturne wants to try and get down to the bot side as soon as possible. And that reversal of priorities is hopefully going to lead to some interesting early level shenanigans.
Yep, definitely have to agree, as both junglers are currently on their wolves. Seems that they will be finishing at just about the same time, moving on over to their raptors. Yep, both junglers finishing at the exact same time, moving on to their raptors. The big thing is that Nocturne does have a little bit more mobility than Trundle has, because his Q does speed him up just a little bit.
I mean, Trundle has his W as well, though, so, you know, they're very evenly matched in terms of their capabilities. The thing I would give to Nocturne is the AoE on the clear off the passive, and the Q hitting multiple members means he should be clearing a little bit quicker, although we see them on red buff, and finishing the red buff a little bit quicker is the Trundle, but he skipped over his Raptors, so that goes to show you what the Nocturne can do here.
Yep, his Nocturne is just about to finish up his red buff. Red buff is currently just now getting done, so he is now currently looking for either that mid or bot gank. Both are looking like a pretty decent option.
And Trundle gonna wander into the opposing top side and realize those camps are gone already. Should have a pretty good idea of where Nocturne is based off of that. Nocturne just waiting for that Scuttle Crab spawn start, though. Now going to be looking at Rakan, however, finds him in the bush. I don't think he actually connected on that Q. Okay, he did. It's just hard to see on that skin. But nonetheless, the grand entrance becomes a grand exit as Rakan just gets on out of there. Skippity-doo-dah, bye-bye.
Yep, good old Rakan, always getting into bad situations and then needing his girlfriend to bail him out.
I mean, who among us cannot relate, right? As, sorry. As Federer gonna dodge out on that dazzling gleam from Julius there. But the push does belong to the side of Queen's Gambit. Or no, it's Bing Chiller's back on blue. No, what the heck is happening? Who's playing where? It's Queen's Gambit on blue.
Yes,
My apologies.
Queen's Gambit is on blue side. You can tell because they have a top black man.
Yes, of course, as that's not a spot Captain Calculated wants to be in, although, is it actually going to answer back? No, he goes flash for flash with Cade there, and the egg means they can't finish him off. Anivia Gaming feels good, man, as now Julius coming to harass these members back so that Captain Calculated can finish shoving that wave out. Close, but no cigar for the side of Bing Chillers.
Yep, and we do see a little bit of a scuffle here in the top lane. Gangplank looking a little bit low on mana, so he will probably be looking for a potential angle to back here.
Yeah, and thankfully the wave is slow pushing towards him, so you can just sort of wait for that to come up, try and freeze it in Shen's face, and then take the back. Or you can take the reset and TP and catch a big fat wave. The possibilities are endless, but Captain Calculated going to trade that Q for the Claw of the Empire there against Zendef. Makes it more or less even. Things, a little bit of a slowing of pace compared to the first two games where both of these junglers were really trying to force plays early. Instead, they're more focusing on their farm, right? They're just waiting for the opportunities to present themselves instead of over-forcing.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be a lot slower than the previous two matches. We're currently almost 5.5 minutes in, no kills.
Zendef did just blow Flash in mid lane. Directed Cam decided not to show us that event, but Stronghold just walked up and sort of breathed at him, and he said, "Oh no, gotta get out of here." So that Flash going to be gone from the swing, going to be a big cooldown to keep track of. Does mean that Calculated will get theirs back first after having blown in earlier, so maybe Nocturne can find a repeat once that 6 comes through.
Yep, our directed camera really seems to be invested in this bot lane.
Yeah, I
We're
almost
a little
checked for a second.
What's going on in the other lanes?
I checked for a second. I was like,
There we
surely
go.
I accidentally hit like the bot lane button, right? Like, but no, it was on directed camera. So Riot Client, fun stuff. But
Gotta
that
love it.
wave going to crash for top black. That's good. We're bouncing. We're bouncing all about the place, Kong man.
To top lane. All right, watch. I bet you this camera's gonna go back to bot lane once again.
I mean, there's nobody really in mid lane to interact with each other, so I think we're stuck on top for quite a while. I have been doing some manual observing, fun fact, in my more recent producer gigs, and it's been a whole lot of fun. I think I've gotten to the point where I can give generally a better experience than the directed cam, but Kongman's in client with me. He's not watching off my feed, so holding off on the directed cam for this stream. And there's not much to direct because these teams aren't doing anything, Kongman.
Yeah, I mean, oh boy, we see Trundle Rakan stealing a blue buff on the minimap. I wish we could see that happen.
Yeah, I mean, I can take a look.
Oh,
I have
there
the
we go.
power. They're actually going to give this over to Zendef.
Camera showed up for just a second.
Yeah, I can just press W. I have the magic abilities of knowing which hotkeys do what in client, which is, you know what? It's a pretty special reserve power for only the lucky few, but maybe they could actually force a dive. No, why would you force the dive with the way of pushing in and top Blackman half health? Screw that, there's farming to be done.
Do have to agree with you there, as I have now figured out the special keys that you were speaking of.
Yeah, that's going to be the Cam Barrage coming through to dissuade any further aggression onto Federer. Going to trade 2 flashes for 1, so that's a fat L for Queen's Gambit to be holding on to. Could have just walked over with the 3-man priority they had and started the Drake with Rakan way out in Timbuktu, but instead he'll be coming back to come and back up his girl, who did just trade up in Summoners 1v3 thanks to a little bit of help from the Pirate Pal in the top lane.
Yep, we have now hit the 8-minute mark. Still no kills on either side. But I do want to say that Queen's Gambit is down about 500 gold. Bing Chilling is looking pretty good at the moment, just with this gold lead.
Yeah, I gotta figure, Kongman, a lot of that gold lead comes from First Strike plus Gangplank passive plus his CS lead. Has the run of the lane up here. As I said, Shen into GP is not a very fun matchup. As we see Trundle going back into this topside jungle, knowing when that Gromp was going to come back up from his trip back earlier, as Calculated interrupt Zendef on their way to try and be the difference maker in that fight. So that's a lot of smoke showing up, but no fire quite yet. Maybe this Rift Herald start can try and bait somebody into fighting, but it looks like these teams are very happy to just ignore each other for now.
Yep, as we now approach the 9-minute mark, we do see Scuttle. That Scuttle Herald will be going down. That's a big Scuttle.
Yeah, that one would feed your family for many days. Blabber would give it all up for that boy. He would like to collect all that juicy crab meat. But the cross map at least going to come through, so the macro at least not going to be do nothing here from the side of Queen's Gambit, despite the fact that the micro has been a little bit wanting. So we'll go ahead and trade one objective for the other. We'll see where Cade can put that Rift Herald to really try and extract max value from it.
Julius will be attempting to clear this control ward. Unfortunately, is going to be poked a little bit out by this Zaya. Rakan is right there just in case this girl does need any form of help.
Yeah, I'm just... You know that scene from The Incredibles where the little kid is on his bike? As Top Blackman just walked right into that barrel. Didn't even make an attempt to juke it. That was funny. You know that scene where the kid in The Incredibles is like, what are you waiting for? I don't know. Something amazing.
Something amazing, I guess.
Exactly. I'm waiting for the action. I'm falling asleep here. Top Blackman trying to fulfill my wish by going on in with that taunt, but Matt G can just chomp on down on some citrus-removing scurvy, teaching a valuable lesson to the kids at home to eat your oranges.
Yep, and that is going to be a big stun on Rakan.
Yeah, that's good as Oreo Murderer even going to W in because he has the E out, but that Shapeless taking the Killer Instinct into the backline, lines it up. First blood goes to Tarek, not exactly where you want it, but at least Stronghold going to find the fear onto the Zaya, who has burned her ultimate and find one for himself, but now the turret going to answer it back the other way as Trundle and Zendef are here, and I think they win this 2v2, and Nivea fly, flap, but I don't think you're going to get there very quickly, but Top Blackman with the stand united, and that is going to be the Cosmic Radiance as well to keep this fight going even longer as Cade will go 1 for 2, but they are not going to get out of here. You have to feel as Captain Calculate arrives, he can put that storm down, they can focus down Zemdev. However, the tanking is just so powerful, the draining will not stop. He gives him the suck, he gives him the claw, but he will not take the kill quite yet. It takes the lightning to seal that one up as somehow Chillers chilled through that whole play despite being at an extreme numbers disadvantage.
Just to quote the kid from The Incredibles, that was totally wicked.
Indeed it was, but now Zendef going to be pinched by that wall. However, Stronghold can't quite access him in time, and Matt G making full usage of this missing Shen to go ahead and assault down this turret. Going to be doing what GP does for all of you non-GP players out here. You use those barrels to reset your passive, which does hit the turret. It's like old Red Buff back when Red Buff used to hit turrets. Man, he just got 3 plates of gold here. We take a look at this individual gold lead. 1,900 just in the pockets of Gangplank in terms of generating a lead here, as now Julius going to be found out by that Battle Dance, by that Grand Entrance. Oreo Murderer going to pop the Guardian as well. Stronghold here to back up the play. Doesn't have the Paranoia back quite yet, however, is Feeder. And Oreo Murderer understand something's up. We got to get out of here.
Yep, Nocturne is going to start floating up towards the mid lane. Maybe might find a play on this Swain if he wants to get a bit too aggressive. Will be going to his Raptors. Trundle once again invading the blue side jungle.
Yeah, he's been living up there, and he has pulled ahead to a nice little farm advantage as well, about 2.5, 3 camps or such. But Oreo Murderer looking for Julius. The ward gets dropped, but it's just going to be a little bit of poke, a little bit of heal. Rakan doing Rakan things, waiting for those 5v5 team fights to really show off his capabilities. I mean, you can do that, sure. It's sort of an even trade, but, you know, got to be a nuisance.
Yep, and definitely will also be interesting. Trundle still has the Eye of the Herald. Will be interesting to see where he drops it. Might just flop it mid lane because it is about to expire.
Yeah, he is running out of time on that ticking time bomb. Hope he doesn't forget. His screen will start flashing purple in a second. He looks like he's going to be dropping it towards bot. That is assuming he does actually go ahead and do that. It's about to expire. Where is he going to put it? Did he put it down?
Just in time.
Okay, yes, there it is. It has been summoned to the bot lane. That's a long way to go, but with the opposing bot lane not being there, should go ahead and strike true and find even more turret plate gold. So that's going to be both side lanes really getting ransacked for their plate gold. Going to be putting Bing Chillers in such a good position in terms of that gold advantage, which is already at about 3,000.
Yep, they are able to take down the Herald before the tower goes down. Very interesting that Benjamin decided not to just all in onto this turret. Probably could have gotten the turret with all 3 members that were down there.
Well, you know, the way that turret passive works, right, it's only going to get tankier as the plates fall. In 20 seconds, those plate passives will fall off, you know, and the turret gets tankier the more members you have around it as well. So I think they kind of realize they have pressure on both side lane turrets, and they can just sort of wait for that fall off and then re-swing around, pick up that standing gold. No need to overforce and maybe get punished under turret.
Yep, and as we are about to hit the 15-minute mark, I do want to point out Ben Chilling does have about a 3,000 gold lead, which 15 minutes in is pretty nice to have.
Yeah, this Nocturne hasn't been super effective at like forcing tons of early plays into the advantage of Queen's Gambit. We'll see if that changes as the 5v5s begin. Cade was looking for a little something, as was Zendef, but cannot connect with that claw. So it's going to be the inside track for Queen's Gambit here, but they might just have to give up that mid lane tier 1 if they want full control over the Drake. Instead, they're going to dance back around for that wave priority, and now it's going to be the turn of the Chillers to go on over. That's going to be the Paranoia going forward, and they're going to bring in the Stand United on top of it. That's the instant numbers advantage for them, as the Cannon Barrage not quite as effective of a global as Shapeless. He dives into the backline, but Federer is still going to be the first one to pop off. That Cosmic Radiance doesn't affect Top Blackman. Alpha on the other side of the fight, so it goes 2 for 2 thus far. Meanwhile, GP side laning, pushing hard, going to be picking up even more individual gold for himself, and eventually this burst is going to be so scary with this Prowler's Claw Essence Reaver build coming out.
Oreo Murder getting the steal on the scuttle. I do want to say, even if Ben Chilling doesn't win this series, which honestly, with how they're playing, it looks like they might. I will say this: they had probably the best bandits for stealing these scuttles.
Yeah, they have been on it as, oh my god, Matchy's gonna get the tier 2.
At
What?
15 and a half minutes in.
He's at 8k gold, Kong, man. He's 2k ahead of his jungler, who's the closest one in the game to where he's at. I mean, he's the majority of the 6k gold lead for his team, and this is why playing Shen against GP is miserable, by the way, because you try and roam out, and yeah, he is just going to punish you so hard. Nothing a Gangplank player loves more, speaking as a Gangplank OTP, than an empty free lane.
Now, seeing as how Gameplank's just kind of doing his own thing by himself, I do want to ask the Gameplank one trick pony here. How good is Hullbreaker on Gangplank?
It used to be a lot better before the Hullbreaker nerfs and before the second round of Gangplank adjustments where they put more crit scaling into his kit. It used to be like the immediate rush item on him, actually, back when Hullbreaker meta was at its tops. You would do that with like Trinity Forest, play Bruiser Plank. It was really strong. I haven't built it on GP in quite a while, so I couldn't give you the meta report on it now, as it looks like it's actually going to be that Collector second, which makes sense. Prowler's Claw is strong, but when you're this far ahead and you have this much gold anyway for Matt G, you can go ahead and hit your crit spikes, which your whole kit almost scales with now at this point way faster. Your passive scales with it, your E-barrels scale with it, so you can go ahead and push back that Prowler's Claw, or maybe even go for, you know, another mythic if you so choose, depending on the adaptation. But the trade between these mid laners getting pretty intense down here in the bot lane. Zendef going to get burst out by that Shard of True Ice, going to miss his claw as well, but can just walk it on out of there. And I would be so scared to be in the face of Matt GP right now if I was the side of Queen's Gambit, and they're just sort of starting to drain out pressure, you know, lose pressure on every part of the map.
Yep, definitely going to be interesting. A Strundle is going to get stunned, but just kind of shakes it off because it is Strundle.
Yeah.
Gangplank ult does come down. Doesn't really seem to connect on anything, though.
It's more of a zoning ult, right? You're just sort of using it to dissuade them from trying to go ahead and hit the teams, or rather hit the duo that is in front of you, and you know, just make sure Cade gets out of there, even though the Subjugate was healing him up quite nicely. Lipolane, to answer your question, it is the 1-1 right now. We are at an even series score between these teams. It was Bing Chillers going up 1-0 in the first game, then Queen's Gambit answered back with a pretty dominant display in Game 2. Now it's been back and forth in Game 3, but this GP solo carrying this gold lead in a huge way. He's up to almost 9k gold. He's close to his third completed item. I mean, this guy's a menace.
Yep, and doing another quick score update. Rise of the Middle Sticks currently up 2-0 over Mint. They are getting ready to start draft for Game 3, so their series might be done before this one.
Yeah, it's a little bit crazy because they started a good 45 minutes to an hour after us, so definitely going to be fun for Rise of the Middle Sticks to meet one of these teams in finals. As we see, this is the play that keeps on coming through, and this time it's very effective because you find Zendef by themselves in the bot lane. You use that double global synergy, the double dive synergy of the Stand United on top of the Paranoia, and now it's also Oreo Murderer forced to get on out of there and run like heck, but Shapeless doesn't want to overstay. Could have gotten rooted up if one more feather had been there. Instead, just going to eat the chunk. The second Herald will find the first turret of the game now for Queen's Gambit, slowly but surely trying to equalize things here.
Yep, as we do see Middle Sticks giving their nice little heart emoji in chat, knowing that they are here watching, preparing to see who they will be playing. Because from the little bits that I've caught of the previous matches of Middle Sticks and Mint, Mint is not looking very impressive.
Yeah, it's looking like the return of the Middle Sticks angle, but never say never. You know, that series still going. This series here, of course, also neck and neck right now. 1-1 is the score, but the lead right now still squarely in the pocket of Bing Chillers. They were trying to bring GP in there for a little bit of a TP flank, but Calculated said, I will calculate the angle of a Nivea TP of my own to match that and sort of dissuade any more blood from being spilled. It is, unfortunately, Kongman, a Cloud Soul this game, and that's probably the next objective that these teams are going to be fighting over. Just trying to, you know, restock the salvos, reload the ammunition, and wait for that one to go forward before they do commit to a 5v5.
Yeah, I do think Cloud Soul is probably the more boring of the souls, as we do see Julius in a bit of a predicament, but he does get out, does have to burn his flash, unfortunately. But yeah, Cloud Soul, probably the most boring soul, for being honest.
Yeah, and it's not the worst, right? Like we look at solo queue win rates and we can quantify that it's not the worst, but that doesn't mean it's exciting. We can still talk crap on Cloud Soul. I mean, there's a couple of spaces on the map where you walk a little bit faster. Oh, how cool.
Yeah.
How impactful.
I'm so glad I have a Shirelia's battle song active in this little area.
Yeah, it is what it is. We can't change it by complaining about it, but what we can sort of look forward to, at least, is the fight that this Dragon objective will draw forward. It is just 30 seconds yet to go on this next Drake spawn, and it will be Queen's Gambit first into the river, but they're pulling back a little bit, trying to catch somebody on the forward march for vision. Oreo Murderer taking the nice deep angle in terms of getting vision, however, utilizing that mid lane priority they have with the down first turret, but can they burst out Cade? No, that's not the target you want. You want the Rakan, but the stun doesn't connect, so he gets the battle dance all over your face, charming you all up as the cannon barrage over the top as well, going to result in so much damage. That Cosmic Radiance was way late from Julius, already gone, is now Shapeless, will pay for his sins as well, forced to flash the wall, and still getting hard bursted by the side of Bing Chillers. They pick up the opposing attack damage carry, and now they will be moving on to the Drake.
Yep, Bing Chiller's doing a really good job here. Captain calculated, probably going to be calculating any chance he has to steal this. Does put the Anivia ult in. Bing Chillers are just waiting, and there's the smite.
Yeah, it was a good effort, but as long as Trundle had the smite, that never gets stolen in a million years. And things are looking a little bit dire for Queen's Gambit once again here in game number 3, down 7, or more like 6, but, down a sizable amount of gold at this point. And this GP has just been sitting for so long, is now backing on 2,700, so this should be the finished Prowler's Claw coming on out, going to make a single target burst so filthy.
Yeah, and Gangplank with 11.2 thousand gold, just absolutely putting this team on his back. And yep, there is the Prowler's Claw.
Lovely, lovely stuff. I'm not personally a fan of the full sellout for damage GP build personally. Obviously, you are more or less railroaded into building crit these days, but I like to go for something a little bit tankier. I've been experimenting with a lot of stuff, trying to find a more bruiser planky build lately, and I've settled on Frostfire Gauntlet. Not one you'll ever see recommended from anybody besides me, but Essence Reaver Rush into Frostfire, into Collector, into IE, I feel like is a very, very fun build to mess around with on GP. But Matt G, you can't discount the effectiveness he's shown with his mastery of this champion, just bursting people out in this game.
Yep, and currently thinking about who all else can burst. We do know Trundle can easily just walk up, bonk you with his club, and take a nice big chunk of health. Swain, his ult, can burst you as well. Zaya can burst you. And then you got Rakan, well, he just kind of assists you with bursting.
Yeah. It's rough and wild for the side of Queen's Gambit right now. They have to try and find some more plays in the side lane like they did last time around with that Paranoia Stand United combo, right? Find a split pusher where they shouldn't be and just really try and punish them out. But Cade going to clear out that vision, accidentally invoke the wrath of the Purple Worm with his AoE auto attacks. Not much you can do about that except walk away. However, they might go back for round 2 as they have pretty good vision control and could try and look for some sort of sneak.
Yep, definitely will be interesting to see what happens here. Stronghold and Shapeless do unfortunately miss their abilities onto Cade, or Oreo Murderer. Unfortunately, I don't even think even if they connected anything really big would have happened. Unlike what's happening to Murder right now.
Yeah, he's actually getting pretty goodly hit there. Shapeless forced to use that Killer Instinct backwards, but now the Stand United comes on in. That was a fat shield with the usage of 2 ultimates there, but because he didn't go forward, not going to result in much because Todd Blackman not in a position to actually find his taunt. And now you've blown 3 really big ultimate cooldowns right before, a potential Baron fight. Not what you want from Queen's Gambit. Kind of feels like a bit of desperation gaming.
Yep, definitely will be interesting. This Gangplank, I know you commented earlier, his items are looking pretty stacked at the moment, so we might see a potential pop on someone.
Yeah, I think it's about to come through right now, as the Cosmic Radiance might keep you alive for a little while. Maybe on top of the storm, it can be enough to try and find 1 or 2 return kills as Zendef is forced to go into the zonies. But look at the murdering that is happening as the double kill goes over to GP, and the full ace is sure to follow, as that bird is the last one a-standing, and she is not perched for a good 1v2 situation here, although cutting it out fairly well, using that Frost Storm, using this empowered Shard of True Ice to try and find the damage. The stun into the E actually does it, but because the back is being stopped, that's all you have to do for now, as Oreo Murderer can't connect either. I maybe misspoke too soon. This Anivia taking flight and doing a lot to these two players. Has had the back stopped a couple of times already, though, and will have it happen again, so cannot clear those waves. However, the rest of Bing Chiller is not going to overforce for that inhibitor. Will take the tier 3 and move into the opposing topside jungle, set up once again for this Baron.
Anivia and Rakan, the two birds, doing their little battle dance to each other.
Oh, true.
Doing a nice little dance of the birds. Glad Zaya wasn't there, otherwise she might think Rakan is going to be cheating on her. Luckily, Rakan did do a good job preventing Anivia from leaving, and, you know, just a matter of making sure Zaya did not catch any of that.
Yeah, and it's funny, Kong, man. I mentioned way back, I think in Game 1, like, this isn't Season 2 League of Legends anymore. Like, you know, if you're down 15k, you're not turtling this game out with a Frog and Anivia until you somehow miraculously come back. And now Captain Calculated has actually pulled out the Anivia, and, you know, that wave clear is one of the big advantages they still have, sticking to their name, down 10k now at 26 minutes, that will give them some capability to try and hang around. What they're looking for now is a bait brush, and that's sort of the point they've been, you know, resolved to, as that's just going to be a quick pick. It takes an ultimate or two to get it accomplished, but getting the opposing support off the board means they will look at this Baron. I don't know if they win this, though, Kong.
This is the angle. Especially with Matt G going around the back with these barrels. Oh, this could spell despair.
Oh! That is crazy burst, as Julius is forced to receive the Stand United to stay alive, but it might actually buy them enough time. Federer does go into the Featherstorm, as it will be Nocturne picking up that Baron. Now it's up to Zendef and Matt G to do something, but I don't think they can actually accomplish it. No, it will be the stalemate for now, but Zendef re-healing off the other end of the Zonias means he lives to fight another day just for now, as he does not fall. It was so close, but it's not going to happen, and now Matt G with the power of this Wind Soul trying to chase down top Blackman. Not going to do much of all, though. It will be the Baron for the side of Queen's Gambit, but the fight goes the way of Bing Chillers.
I mean, sure, Queen's Gambit has the ult, but now you only have Anivia and Shen with the Baron buff, and of course now Bing Chilled is going to be picking up this Cloud Dragon. So unfortunately the problem is, sure, you have Anivia with Baron buff, which might be able to do something, but Shen with Baron buff, especially not a 1 and 2 Shen is going to do much for you.
Yeah, and I mean, if we take a look at this vision control across the entire map as well, Kong, man, it's pretty well and truly locked up for the side of Bing Chillers. They have angles to sort of circumvent anything that the side of Queen's Gambit can throw at them. You know, so the surprises are going to be few and far between. They're really going to have to pick their moments to punish these side laners effectively if they want to hang around.
Yep, it definitely will be interesting to see as we take a quick look at the gold. The Gangplank on 15k total gold.
Holy smokes.
This is a gold diff.
Yeah, he's been sitting on that stopwatch this entire time, by the way, and never had to use it. Yeah. So that's pretty sick.
I thought he was going to use it whenever he was stuck in the middle of the Baron pit, but luckily Federer was able to come back and go, don't worry, man, I got you. Let me just pop this guy for you real quick.
Yeah, and I mean, Shapeless, Kaisa, not the highest range AD carry, right? So, unfortunately, couldn't quite access GP in that fight. If you walk into GP's threat range, then you're maybe going to be burst out. Speaking of being burst out, yeah, that's a full tank, but that's the Death's Daughter Cannon Barrage chunking you for half of your health all at once. God, I love GP. What a champion. Love to see him pop it off and piloted well. Matt GP here, as he should be named, really showing us how it's done. Level 16 now, 3rd level ultimate with the Death's Daughter augmentation. Means he is such a scary force to be reckoned with. Even the full tank feeling the fury of these barrels, of these parlays, and it's buying so much pressure for his team to move up into mid lane, even against some Baron empowered minions.
Now, listen, I always say how much I'm not a fan of Trundle, but whenever Trundle
1v1's an 80 carry.
Well, 1v1's an 80 carry has almost a 2.0 attack speed, and basically it just looks like he's having a full-on seizure on top of an ADC carry. It's just kind of comedic to laugh at.
It's outstanding. I don't get why you hate that champion to play. Like to watch, sure, I get
You
it, but
see him so much.
he's so fun to play. He is so fun to just
I
go.
don't think I'm gonna have fun pushing him to Mastery 7 though.
Oh, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I hope you stream it. I would love to follow along on that journey. But speaking of streams, we do have a stream of a game going right now, and it is not a game that's going well for Queen's Gambit. Bing Chiller's in full control right now. Just on that soul point, kind of waiting for their next win Drake, taking the standing gold where they can get it, and just really exerting their pressure. Not much else to say for the side of Queen's Gambit right now. They're sort of hoping for a miracle play.
I'm definitely looking for a miracle play as suddenly this bot in Hib Tower is a little bit under pressure here. Gets a nice read onto the Nocturne. Woo! Oh my god.
That was nuts, man. What a champion. Those barrels, they're nothing to be scoffed at.
Yeah, this is definitely very, very, very interesting of a matchup here going on at the moment.
Is that Kongman code for a slaughter?
Okay, whenever you said there was a stream going on here, I was a little confused at first because I thought we were at a soup kitchen because it just seems like Queen's Gambit is just feeding everyone right now.
Oh no! Oh, I do feel that way. I mean, at least Captain Calculated continuing to do what Anivia does, clearing out these waves with a decent amount of impunity. Going to be the most farmed member of their team coming through, along with that Kaisa at the 11k gold mark themselves. But since we last checked in, Gangplank at 17k, full build coming all the way through. Sold the stopwatch to buy a Lord Dominic's regards here. That's a Chad move.
Yeah, definitely have to agree. That is definitely a Chad move with the Lord Doms. And this game blank is full build, by the way, at 31 minutes.
Yeah, there is that. And you can always sell those Lucidity boots for a Guardian Angel or Youmuu's if you want to recoup some of the lost movement speed and even add more burst to your combo. So that's going to be fun in the sun. What's not fun is Queen's Gambit trying to find some sort of angle to attack this Windrake from. I have to imagine that's actually going to be fairly frustrating as the tools that are on the side of Bing Chillers just stand in their way and beat them down anyway with this Trundle, with this Swain. Definitely going to be spooky. And now Matt G as well. Not going to get that barrel chain to go off, but he's now sitting on 5 barrels. Long ago evolved to that full rank E with his powder kegs, so he has a big arsenal to sit on.
Yeah, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see if whether or not Queen's Gambit can actually find their way, move their pieces across this chessboard, and get to this Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, it has been started up now by Bing Chillers. Here's the Paranoia. Turn off the lights. The steal does not come through, but Shapeless diving into the back line doesn't get that Cosmic Gradient, so he's an easy target. Put himself right in harm's way as that Wombo is sickening coming on through from Bing Chillers. They've been chilling all along. It's been Chiller's season in the odd-numbered games of this series for sure. They have activated themselves once again, and they should just march on down to a victory in short order as well.
Yep, it should be nice and easy. They don't even need to go back for the Baron, as we do see Anivia is going to go down. The egg is going to get popped. Nocturne slowly sliding away, but unfortunately Stronghold is going to get burst down. Federer with the TSM logo. TSM wins Worlds.
Yeah. I started TSM chants both of the days I was at Worlds. It was great fun. Absolutely love to see it, as that's going to be the Nexus falling here in game number 3. It is Bing Chillers going up to match point. They find that 2-1 coming on through Kongman. And I saw somebody in chat, I don't remember if it was Civil or what, but they said, Game 2, just a hiccup, clean 3-1 for Bing Chillers from this point on. And I was a little bit skeptical. I was in a little bit of disbelief, but it's looking like a real possibility at this point.
Yep, and real quick, I do want to point out that Rise of the Middlesticks is getting ready to start Game 3. They have a pretty solid composition. They do have a Ornn in the top lane. Ornn, Graves, Galio, Caitlyn, Ashe. Very standard composition. Looking like they might potentially win this. And then Mint with a very spicy composition of Jace, Sejuani, Heimer, Ziggs, and Nasus.
Oof. Oof, oof, oof. That is
Should definitely,
that's looking like a hard angle for Mint to come back into. I'm not gonna lie.
yes.
We will see if they manage to do it on the other side of the bracket, just as we will see if Bing Chillers are going to take this one here 3-1, or if we're going to go to game 5 just after a short little break. So you guys don't want to go anywhere. We will return in just a moment. We will be, as soon as I can find my scene, I can't even read. My eyes are getting so sleepy. We will be right back. It's time for game number 4 of this here series, Cogman. I do declare Bing Chillers coming on through with the 2-1 lead. They are on match point. They could take it all home right now. Or Queen's Gambit could take us to that silver scrapes. Coming in, having only dropped 2 games all season. Now dropping 2 games in just this very series to Bing Chillers. Back on the red side goes Queen Gambit for game number 4. It's where they did pick up their game 2 victory. And the bands looking very, very similar to what we've seen all through this series so far.
Yep, it doesn't seem like there will be much in the way of changes for bands. And while we wait for these bands to come through, Dodge, since you did have the pleasure of being at quarterfinals, I do want to ask, how is it being in the crowd with Silver Scrapes playing?
It was a religious experience. Highlight of my life and my year for sure. Waving my phone about like a flashlight, singing. Everybody doing their best Mark Z impersonation. Boo boo. It was great. Absolutely wonderful stuff. I would love nothing more than to get some silver scrapes here tonight, but Bing Chiller is probably not too big of a fan of that possibility. Just want to wrap it up here nice and clean 3-1.
Yep, as all the bands do come through, Bing Chilling has not changed any of their bands at all this I almost said season. I don't know want to say season. That
Can
would
you
be
imagine?
a chat move. You just ban the same 3 champions all season. No,
great.
this series. And then Queen's Gambit gonna be taking the Swain away, adding that onto the list. Gonna be interesting. Bing Chiller's taking Matt G with the Gangplank, Matt GP in the top lane. Absolutely beautiful. Love to see it.
Yeah, huge pop-up performance in the last game. And the cool thing about GP right now is, unlike in the past, I don't feel like if you are a skilled GP, there are many champions that just by nature of their existence hard counter you. In the past, like Camille GP has been looked at as one of the premier skill matchups where it's been rated one way or the other. Oh, GP wins, no, Camille wins. It's gone back and forth over the years, but as of right now, I think GP is definitely in the winning position there. I think he does fine into Aurelio because Aurelio is in a weak state, always been looked at as sort of a counter to GP as well. So yeah, Resident Sleeper, as we see Queen's Gambit going back to basically the same exact picks they picked up in game number 4 to find their single victory. But I wonder if they're going to bother giving, a hard counter to Top Blackman that they can sort of think of here, or if they're going to try and find, just a tank that can gracefully navigate through that lane. As Ziggs freshly buffed, not huge buffs, but it will be locked in. And this is a 2-role flex. I like Ziggs. I like to keep these drafts exciting and interesting. A Yordle friend of his is going to come through with that Amumu as well, which we saw Oreo Murderer pilot to perfection in game number 1. So lots of things to be excited about for Bing Chillers here in this game 1 draft. Queen's Gambit as well, going back to what's worked.
Yeah, I forgot that Ziggs was actually included on this patch with the buff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this game, because I anytime I get thrown into ADC, I usually play Ziggs because he's a lot of fun to play. But I forgot he got buffed, and it's only a 10 damage buff for on his Q, so it's not much, but it could still do quite a number on someone.
Yeah, I don't think you're even clearing backline a level sooner with that kind of buff. I think you're basically at the same spot. But speaking of freshly buffed, this is one that's a little bit more impactful. Wukong kind of disappeared out of the jungle meta after he took some tamp down nerfs. Riot trying to buff him in a smart way by putting some more focus on his ultimate. I think it has more base damage and a little bit of a better AD ratio because they've noticed that basically the way Wukongs have been operating is they go in, they proc the ult for the knockup, and they immediately cancel the ult to begin auto attacking because the ult it's not worth the full duration in terms of its damage. You can get more DPS out by using rotations of your other abilities. So they're buffing the damage on the ult for Wukong to hopefully give him a little bit more team fighting presence. And I like that look from Bishops. They're just really drafting a strong team fighting composition. Although they've sort of shown their hand in a way here because one of those 2 champions is going top and one of them is going jungle. And now Bing Chillers knows, it's one way or the other. They know what that whole top side is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, one way or another, they're gonna find you and they're gonna get you. And we do see Queen's Gambit banning away the Yone and the Ari. Bit of an interesting ban choices there. As we do see Bing Chillers locking in banning away Azir Nivea. I like the Nivea ban. It was pretty decent against them. Azir, I mean, we watched Calculated perfectly figure out how to divide by 0 and int into the opposing team. A bit
I would
of a
have thought they would have
question.
left that as 0 up. I'm not going to front.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Oh.
Holden literally has like all over his book just saying calculated, no Azir, no Azir, no Azir. And Simulacrum's notebook has probably let them pick Azir, and that's a Sona.
Yeah, that's a throwback pick there. Sona sort of outclassed in everything she does by the Seraphine, but if Seraphine's off the board, if the upgrade version's not available, you go back to the 1.0. And Kongman, I'd actually kind of forgotten about this matchup because you don't see it ever anymore. Wukong was such a popular jungle champion for so long that I forgot he goes top lane. But I said, like, in this meta right now, there's not a lot that hard counters GP. Wukong is actually a very hard matchup for Gangplank, as, I'm sorry, your worst fears have been recognized. It is Trundle versus Hecarim in the jungle coming on through. So this is going to be pretty boring for the man of the Kong. But I could completely... I had completely forgotten about the Wukong matchup in the GP, so I'm glad Queen's Gambit found something they can really play through top that they think will get rid of their GP problems. But now Bing Chiller's really pinching calculated. That's 3 of the premier control mages in the game, not in his hands. We'll see what he has.
Listen, if Bishops does not pick Silas here, they lose. Because look at that value Silas has against Bing Chillers.
I mean, yeah, he has 5 great ultimates to steal on the opposing side.
If you do not pick Silas here, you are throwing. If you don't know how to play Silas after this match, you are going to learn Silas. There it is.
Woohoo! We've been calling for it. That is a pretty good pickup. I mean, Queen's Gambit going back to what worked for them in game 2, right? They have gone full 5v5 team fight. They've gone scaling 80 carry. They've gone wombo combo. And they have the pick of the litter in terms of ways to make Silas empowered within this game. So that's a nice pickup for them. Again, I have no complaints for either of these teams. I think they approached systematically. They had a plan. They reacted to each other well. And I think they are both looking pretty good. The one thing that's a little bit worrisome is you don't have DPS per se for Bing Chillers. Like, you have AD damage, right? Because GP is going to offer a lot of AD burst. But when it comes to the DPS, like for a Baron take per se, not necessarily the highest.
I mean, you do have the Victor ult, the Gangplank ult, the Ziggs ult, and I guess Hecarim could ult through a wall, or I guess over a wall and then smite it. So there is a decent amount of damage, excuse me, that could be dealt, especially in a Baron pit. But honestly, okay, so the more I look at Bing Chillers, okay, so we have Hecarim to engage, Gangplank to ult a area, Ziggs to ult an area, a Mumu to stun an area, and then... So let me get this straight. We're going to have 3 giant circle effects just in an area with an Amumu going, I'm going to stun you now.
Oh, it'll be fun. I'm being informed by chat, by the way, and I just looked it up, and I'm like astounded that GP beats Wukong in solo queue, and like I guess is just thought of as a good pick into Wukong. I feel like every time I play against a Wukong as GP, he's popping my barrels with his extended Q range. He's Wing out of my barrel combos, and that like I just can't get my damage to stick on him. And then he just like kind of free scales and then out team fights me. But maybe I'm just a bad GP. And I also, like I said, I don't play against Wukong a lot. It's not a common matchup I see because people don't really play Wukong top much anymore. So I have newfound confidence the next time I go into that matchup. I will try and gap the Wukong. We will see what those flexes wind up being then, because maybe they'll put Trundle top, but I imagine that's going to be even more miserable than putting the Wukong up top.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is going to be the Trundle in the jungle instead of the Wukong jungle, because it doesn't even roll off the tongue very well.
No. Wukong in the jungle? Where's the rhyme? Trundle in the jungle is a slant rhyme at the very least, and I call that the superior. It will be the Wukong locked in on client draft. That has been confirmed. So now I do believe it is time to get the predictions going for this game, for the possibly decisive game 4 of this series. But Queen's Gambit, I think, have pick themselves up some tools to make this a contest, maybe take us to the silver scrapes. Chat, I will ask you to make your predictions with those Gurf coins. Kongman, I will ask you to put on your analyst hat and make your prediction based off of draft. Who is taking this game 4?
All right, well, this is my analyst hat. As you can tell, the A right here stands for analyst.
Indeed.
This seems to be a very interesting thing here. Bing Chiller seems to be playing a lot more clean than Queen's Gambit. I feel okay, hot take. I feel like Queen's Gambit has came into this matchup knowing that they beat Chillers in rounds, going, we have an ego, we are better than them.
Mm.
I feel like after getting stomped game 1 and game 3, they realize, hey, we need to slow it down, focus, and we can probably beat this composition. I'm sure Holden gave them some words of confidence. Bing Chillers does have a more interesting draft, but if Queen's Gambit has the fancy footwork to just dodge these ultimates that are going to be thrown at them, this should be an easy Queen's Gambit game.
All right, we'll see if Queen's Gambit deliver on that promise. I do like that they've gone back to comfort. They've gone back to the style of composition that worked for them in game number 2. We'll see if they can recapture that magic, make a move for check, and then hopefully that final checkmate of game 5. But of course, it's all up in the air. We will have to wait and see as we load on into game. We will catch you guys on the other side of a short break for game number 4 of the VRS semifinals. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Okay, we are here. We are ready to go for game number 4. It is Bing Chiller's Green Tea with the 2-1 advantage. Queen's Gambit looking to take us to that all-important game number 5. Keep their season alive. Infinite Dodge here on the play-by-play. I am joined by Kongman. For those of you who are just joining us, Bing Chillers have put up quite a performance here in what was expected to be a bit of an underdog matchup, Kong, but in the 2 games they have won, they have looked really good.
Yeah, I definitely want to say that both teams that have won their games have looked extremely clean. And because in fact, this is now match point for Bing Chilling, and Queen's Gambit on the back foot here is definitely looking for any way to get back into this. It's going to be a tall order for them to win 2 in a row.
Yeah, definitely so, but it starts with putting Shapeless back on that Jinx that they had so much success with. Something that does scare me a little bit is how vulnerable this Sona will be in the early game, right? Playing an Enchanter into hard engage can always be a bit of a tall order, especially with how good Oreo Murderer looked on that Amumu in game 1. We'll see if they can weather the storm and get this Jinx to the point where she can 1v5 once again.
I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of a fool. I realized that they drafted a Mumu, but my brain did not put it on Oreo Murder. I thought it was the jungle Mumu for whatever reason. So yeah,
Support Hacker and Pog.
Yeah, you never know with this VRS league. But a Mumu on Oreo Murder, yeah, I definitely see this being a nice, quick victory for Bin Chilling. I'll say it'll end at 31 minutes.
That is a big prediction coming on through from Kong, as that was a nice sweeper to establish full mid lane control. The push going to be nice and easy to come on through for Bing Chillers as well. With this Ziggs, hits the waves pretty hard with those bouncing bombs in the early. Can afford to spend a little bit more mana than the Jinx can, as well as the poke already raining on down. Oreo Murderer going to take some damage in return, but they just really want to exert their pressure here. As the bench toss again going to find its target. Federer looking for that next bouncing bomb, puts it on to Shapeless, knowing that Julius was the one who was primed to juke, throws that attention where it was not expected. As now we see the way that these trades go in the top lane, a little bit Gangplank favored with that Corrupting Pot burn added in on top. Top Blackman opting for the very aggressive Summoner spell setup here.
Yep, and as we do, one thing that I didn't state earlier is that both junglers are pathing up towards the top side, so it is currently a race to see who can get to their top side faster, which right now it seems Trundle is winning that race. He did skip Raptors, but he might look for an invade here. And Trundle, I don't think this is the play you need.
Yeah, I mean, he's going on in. He has the smite, but so does Cade, and it's going to go over to Cade. So that's a bit of waste of time there. At least maybe can focus on that scuttle, but Cade will be ready to match it. At least you have the priority of top Blackman up there with the Wukong securing the early push at the very least. The counter priority on the bot side going to be going over to Bing Chillers, as we see these top laners continuing to scrap with one another. And it will be Stronghold fun, that first scuttle, and now looking for a gank into the gravity well he goes, but he drops the pillar, and now Cade trying to push them back, going to force the flash of his opposing member, and look at this priority generated from the bot lane, means Oreo Murder comes in, and once again, first blood to Bing Chillers!
Yeah, Bing Chilling doing a really good job there, sending all their members to help interrupt this, and now Hecarim is finally going to be able to get a scuttle. I thought he had double scuttle, but I realized Trundle got the top one, so unfortunately no double scuttles in this series so far.
Yeah, and, it's not a land that it once was, like in 2020, where double scuttle is the death knell of a jungler, so even if there had been, it's not going to be the most impactful thing, but you do like to see it. It spells a good amount of confidence, as we see the Horus backing up his support down here, just going to shadow this area, as Matt G in a little bit of trouble, but still has that remove scurvy to play with. Heal back up some of what was taken away from him, and once again, it is Bing Chillers with a big advantage in the early game. They're up 1,500 gold at 4 minutes.
It's pretty good to see, not gonna lie. Because I definitely didn't try to say that through a yawn. Because, when I see Trundle Hecarim, I tend to get pretty tired.
Yeah, resident sleeper Kongman, all that. I'm more worried about the fact that Kongman said this was a guaranteed Queen's Gambit victory, although maybe they are trying to make that a reality. Zendef with no flash means he is stuck between a rock and a hard place. The Gravity Wall going to do so much work, however, as Cade comes in and puts Calculated away. They go 1-for-1, continuing to fight, stacking up this Phase Rush as well. At first, I thought it had been the Conqueror, but the Phase Rush still going to give you some adaptive force on Hecarim due to that passive Stronghold, however. Still decisively winning that one. Cade just wants to finish pushing this out, but Zendef says, forget about it, don't put yourself in danger, I'll just burn this TP. Calculated doesn't have one, so it won't be too big of a disadvantage.
We have to agree with you there. Cade is going to be clearing his Raptors, and then we might potentially... Nope, instead he's going to be going back to his blue side jungle. Thought maybe we would see a play, but wait a minute, this is a big stop from the Amumu.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of messed up, though, because I don't think he figured Julius was still there. Julius flashing forward. I don't know how much value you have as Sona, level 4, flashing forward like that, but I should have spoken a little bit quicker, or rather held my tongue a little bit longer, because that will still set up a kill for Shapeless. And this is the second time we've seen that Jinx get an early kill, and that could be the big difference maker in this game.
Yep, and now Bing Chilean does currently only have about 1,000 gold lead, still looking pretty solid. Zendef on 6 before Silas, something you really love to see.
Yeah, we'll see who goes and starts up this Drake first, right? Because that's kind of been an indicator in these past games about who is going to be the ultimate victor, is who... Victor. That was not an intended pun. But yeah, it's been a pretty good litmus test in the series so far. The people who start to stack up the Drakes usually going to be the ones who take the game all the way through, as Oreo Murderer is a menace on this Amumu. A little bit of a hilly moment in that bot lane engagement just now, maybe getting a little too antsy to stop some opposing backs, but going to be roaming, going to be spreading this pressure pretty effectively, and just trying to get his solo laners ahead.
Yep, Zendef doing a really good job with the CS. Look at that CS difference in the mid lane, by the way. I just actually happened to wander down and look at that CS diff. 53 to 37.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Maybe our fears about Captain Calculated not being as experienced on these melee fighter champions like the Silas a little bit realized. They really pinched that control mage pool that we've seen them look a little bit better on in this series so far, as now Oreo Murderer trying to get this pink ward here, but really being interrupted, and still only level 3. Now the level 4 ticks over, but the junglers are here, and it is a battle of the trolls, but Trundle not going to come out on top of that one. The Cannon Barrage, even for good measure, going to really swing that one in the favor of Big Chillers.
Yep, definitely have to agree with you there, as we do see the Wukong ult coming out, spinning around this Gangplank. Gangplank just kind of having to walk away, doing the best he can, does get out with his life.
Yeah, say what you will about who should be winning this matchup. At the very least, Top Blackman looking a lot better than he did in the Shen setup versus this Gangplank. Going to be even in farm, even going to get the push off here. Matt G, no TP available, means he will miss a couple of these minions as they crash into the turret.
Definitely will be very interesting to see. So we do see this Victor just free farming this Silas. This is not a position you want to be if you're Silas.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough when you're down 30 CS to this Victor, who, assuming he's gotten all of his cannons, should be pretty close to his first... Oh, no, he does have his first upgrade, actually, because he has 2 assists, even as Zenda forced to flash away from the stolen Chaos Storm, I should say, but now Cade maybe in a bad spot. Stronghold trying to run him down, but Oreo Murderer once again doing his best, but that's the snipe! The shutdown onto Jinx. Shapeless once again looking like the only hope for this roster, but Stronghold wants to get in on that action as well, going to even up that kill score.
Yeah, I happened to look over to the right. I saw Jinx's ult on cooldown, and I went, wait a minute, where is it? Saw it coming up the river. I'm like, oh, this is going to connect. I feel this one.
Yeah. Shapeless looking so good on the Jinx in this series. And now, does Oreo Murderer make the same mistake again of trying to get a little bit too frisky on these backing members? Doesn't look like it. Just going to come and back up Federer. The reset's actually not going to come through, despite the fact that Shapeless is sitting on 1,600 gold. Definitely wants to get back and spend that, but wants to secure the state of the wave beforehand. This lane ward actually providing a decent amount of value when it was Oreo Murderer hanging in that tri-brush, just waiting to see what was going to go down. Once again, the wave will regress to a neutral state.
Yep, unfortunately, Federer does miss Julius backing by a few seconds there. Still a good attempt anyway. Cade does have to leave, unfortunately, because he's not in a good position here. And Matt G doing his best to keep Top Blackman away from this scuttle. And wait a minute, we do see Mid and Amumu coming up to contest the scuttle. This is going to be a big fight just for a Rift Herald.
Yeah, and Ziggs has no TP critically, so it's going to be a 5v4 once the bot lane of Queen's Gambit get here. But can they get here in time to stop it from going over? Stronghold putting the pressure down, and it looks like, the reset is going to stymie them a little bit, but that pillar is good. Not going to set up too much, except for the flash chains, which finds the victor into the Cyclone. What a gutsy play from Captain Calculated. He's been behind in this matchup, but now gets some sweet revenge on the victor and will lock up this objective for the side of Queen's Gambit.
If Queen's Gambit will be able to get the Rift Herald, Federer is going to be farming this bot tower. He might, I don't think he will, because I don't remember just how low it has to be for his W, but this should be a quick, fast tower for him.
I mean, one plate, he might be able to get there if he can keep clearing out this wave in time for his next wave to go, keep using these abilities to refresh his passive cooldown. I think he will. Yeah, yep, there it is, 1.5. He can get it with his next W. He's going to get the first turret at 10 minutes solo. Oh, Ziggs is such a champion. Is now Shapeless caught in the wrong spot. It's going to be the Onslaught of Shadows to follow him and find that shutdown as well. Julius now also in a bad way, but Captain Calculated going to try and back it up. Has the Stolen Curse of the Sad Mummy. What can he get done with it? He is going to find the big multi-man stun. The shutdown goes to Julius, however, and that's not the first time we've seen that unfortunate allocation of gold come through in this series.
Yep, definitely have to definitely want to expand on that as we do take a look at the current gold leads. As we do see Ziggs with that 5.1k gold. Next is Hecarim with 5,000, and then you just kind of look around and you realize, yeah, everyone else is a little bit lacking in the gold department.
Yeah, at the very least, the Sona can hit that Moonstone spike a little bit sooner, right? Up the 5v5 potential of what this comp is trying to do by achieving that one, but you always want that shutdown to go on over to a carry, accelerate them to their damage spikes, but Ziggs is just in such a commanding position with all that free solo farm time and the first turret bonus as well that he got off of the Rift Herald roam from his bot lane. Going to be a very, very scary Yordle at this point, just in time for this Infernal Drake, which will be hitting the Rift in about a minute. Definitely going to be a hard fight for Bing Chillers to, or rather for Queen's Gambit to try and force from behind, but now they're going to answer back with some plates of their own.
And they're going to answer back and say, okay, you took our turret with all 5 plates, guess what, we're going to do the same thing. But that Ziggs ult coming down is going to wreck that Herald just enough to where this tower is actually saved.
Man, Ziggs is such a fun champion. This is my only 100% win rate champion in solo queue this season. Granted, I've only played it 4 times, but he is my go-to when I get auto-filled mid. He's one of these champions that feels like just kind of does the CSing on his own, right? Doesn't take really much skill to get farmed up, but positioning is still a skill you should pay attention to, although here comes Cade to try and keep it from going too south for them. However, that rocket going to do a lot of damage as Captain Calculated now is the low on the Kingslayer, not going to keep him alive, but it's just a battle of blood thus far. The 2 for 2 coming on through with this Drake about to spawn as well. Now it's Zendef trying to make these lasers stick to his opponents, trying to force them back away, and it's doing a pretty damn good job of it as well. As now Cade going aggro mode onto Stronghold. Doesn't want to take the extended trade though, just wants to poke him out a little bit, knows that that lethal tempo will provide more value in an extended trade, but this should be a pretty quick angle onto the Drake should they choose to look for it. Going to continue zoning, though, instead is Zendef. There was vision to clear out, so instead of putting themselves in the way of that pink ward where they could be easier targets, instead going to find even more of a health advantage.
Yep, as we do see, Bing Chilling does have control of the river. Trundle Silas is going to be flanking over. This is actually going to be a big fight for Dragon here.
Yeah, Top Blackman trying to go in with that Cyclone, but forced to just retreat immediately. But now the steal not going to come through. They got into the pit, did Queen's Gambit, but it wasn't enough as now the Cannon Barrage right in the choke. Pretty good. That's just going to be Stronghold going down, sacrificing himself. But Cade has the ghost to continue the chase as Shapeless. Not going to get tagged up. Top Blackman, though, going to have to take that Playful Trickster over the wall, and it will be that laser second proc that's going to pop him like a balloon. Chillers up 3k. Chillers up 2 Drakes. Chillers feeling good right now.
Yeah, the Chillers might be looking to chill here, but instead they're actually going to be taking a quick engage on the Calculated. Calculated looks like he is going to be able to get out just in time.
That gravity well really turned the tides of that pretty well, meant that the retreat had to come out as it's Ziggs once again with access to a turret. This one's going to go down lickety-split.
Yep, here comes the W in just a moment's time to help clear this out. And there it is. The power of Ziggs.
Man, oh man, this is looking dire for Queen's Gambit right now at 14 minutes. Obviously, you do still have the we scale hopium of the Jinx to come on through, but we'll see if that can be enough for them moving forward. One thing that I'd like to point out here, Kongman, I see chat is looking at it as well, as Middlesticks coming through with the raid. I'm assuming that means it was a successful 3-0, so we know what one of our finalist teams will be. But Chad has harped on this, Kongman, and I got to point it out as well. Cade is building last year's Hecarim items. I mean, this is Sunderer and Phase Rush. Like, this is not the modern Hecarim page, but it does look like he's at least going for Sterix, which is freshly buffed and pretty good for him.
Yep, and do want to say congratulations to Rotom for winning 3-0 against Mint Gaming. I was the closest prediction with a 3-1 victory. Good job on your 3-0. Also, Raid with a party of 21. Good number.
Yes, lucky number. Kongman 21 of the Middlesticks viewers coming on in to see who Middlesticks' opponent in the finals will be. Right now, it's looking like it's going to be Bing Chillers, a stronghold, forced to back off there, almost found out. Things just getting a little bit harder to operate even in your own side of the jungle under so much pressure with this mid lane tier 1 gone.
Yep, it is definitely going to be difficult for anything of Queen's Gambit to happen. If it's definitely not their top lane, because you still have your tier 1 top lane turret, but unfortunately you see Matt G, he's already walking forward like, hey, I might take this turret for free.
Yeah, and it looks like Matt G has gone with a bit more of a balanced page this time around, not going for that full single target burst, going for a little bit more utility in the Triforce, probably going to be the Collector next nonetheless as the team fight breaks out. Cam Barrage once again just zoning out that back line, and Queen's Gambit wants no part of this. They're just trying to escape, but it was going to be the Victor standing in their way, who falls fairly low to that Super Mega Death Rocket, but Cade is still here with the Onslaught of Shadows onto this very squishy 80 carry, and Federer will finish the job as now the Cyclone trying to turn things around. Cade still stuck in the backline as top black man, doing what he can, but he just can't cut through these members, doesn't quite reach. Oreo Murderer is now Stronghold, also just waiting for the Subjugate to finish the job there. However, Captain Calculated continuing forward. Matt G with the nice flash into the barrel setup. What can he do? Just escort and exit out. It winds up being an even fight for Queen's Gambit, which is about all you can ask for at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it is currently 12-11 for the favor of Ben Chilling. Almost got the team names backwards, but Ben Chilling's still up over 3,000 gold. This is definitely a match.
Yeah, when you trade even, but you take out their 80 carry and their jungler, and there's not really an objective for them to take, you don't feel too bad about that from ahead. Normally, you don't want to trade even from ahead, and you take those from behind, but there's nothing for them to leverage as Queen's Gambit off the back of that, so really is no harm, no foul. It's just accelerating the entire game state evenly at the same time.
Yep, we do have Ocean Drag spawning in just a minute time, so there will be a big objective there to fight for. Because it is Ocean Soul, looking at these compositions, honestly, both teams could benefit pretty well from the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, that extra regen, sort of universally applicable, but especially when you have a tank like Stronghold who wants to chill with that Subjugate and just drain up a lot in a fight, can be beneficial. As you point out, though, Kong, we're just waiting another 30 seconds for that one to spawn before the threat of any more action can come through. Double TP is available for the side of Bing Chillers as well, so they can chill in whatever part of the map they do so choose. Oreo Murderer going to be the target of Captain Calculated. He has the backup as well. For now, they have the numbers advantage. The stolen Onslaught of Shadows is going to mean that support goes bye-bye. The Inferno Bomb going to find a decent amount of damage in return, but now it's a 4v5 as Matt G, even if he had gotten that barrel chain over the wall, wouldn't have really found much, but I know the pain of accidentally placing two in the same spot trying to go over the wall. It's a familiar feeling.
Yeah, I definitely know those feelings as well, especially playing Shyvana whenever I think I can ult over a wall, and the next thing I know I've face planted into it, and I go, well, this is my life now.
Yeah. Even with the numbers disadvantage, though, it's a good bit of positioning. Matt G zoning top Blackman away, trying to equal things up. But look where Captain Calculated is. He's blind into that brush, but if he can find the CC, it could be really good as the Chompers go out into the Everfrost. Forces the stopwatch to come through from Matt G, but he's still just going to be picked off. Maybe no. How did he live there? As now Stronghold is going to be the one in the disadvantaged state, going to be chased back by Cade. And now, once again, Bing Chillers have regained control. It's just a support who died, so the death timer is short. He's now rejoined the fray with the health bar advantage over the Bing Chillers. They are playing this fight so well as that poke is devastating. Absolutely oppressive coming on through with the Ziggs, with the Victor. So much range to play with. And they will take this soul point Drake.
Listen, I've said it all season, even past seasons. If you control the river, you control the chokes, and normally that objective is yours. I don't understand why Queen's Gambit decided, hey guys, let's walk back into our jungle and forfeit the chokes.
They don't have the power on this Wukong that they need for him to solo approach from the opposite choke. And once they isolated him and Matt G didn't trade even for it and instead somehow managed to live through it, that just becomes a nightmare scenario for you. And looking at Matt G, by the way, not as flashy as last time around, but has quietly built himself up a nice lead, 2k ahead of his lane opponent, stacking that passive, using the first strike, and he is pretty deadly right now. Once he gets his second crit item, that's when that burst is really going to get killer. And it's starting to feel like the time of Queen's Gambit has passed.
Yeah, Queen's Gambit did come into playoffs undefeated, only dropping one game, and then dropped one game in the, not round of 12, quarterfinals. They had a bye round 1 of playoffs. And now it seems that the Queen's Gambit has finally, yeah, as you said, come to an end.
And that's the problem with Gambits, right? They're all well and good, when the opponent doesn't see them coming, but eventually better fundamental play does actually prevent the capability of that Gambit trap from catching them off guard and from doing what it is meant to do. Bing Chillers had a long time since their first matchup to reflect on what they were going to bring into this team, and they are performing with aplomb here in this best of 5. It's looking like right now they are going to be our second finalist, going to be moving on to the VRS finals, but it's not over yet. To quote the great Yogi Berra, it ain't over until it's over, and it's not quite over. So we'll have to see if the scaling can come through, if something can happen to get Queen's Gambit launched back into a good position. I thought they would have some strong team fighting with this composition, Kongman, but thus far they've just sort of been run around the map by the side of Bing Chillers.
Yeah, and as you said, they had time to prepare for Queen's Gambit. Ben Chilling has had 5 weeks to prepare to get their revenge by also going undefeated to get squared off once again against Queen's Gambit. I think Queen's Gambit wasn't expecting Ben Chilling to be faced up against them once again, or at least not until Grand Finals. And now here they are suddenly in semifinals going, guys, how are we losing to the people we beat in the regular season?
Yeah, and that's the problem with life. It sure do come at you fast, and if Queen's Gambit came in with an ego, if they came in with a lot of confidence, the ways they lost Game 1 and 3 might have shaken them, right? Might have disrupted their performance, and that's that mental side of the game that, unless you've played 5v5 comp, you're used to keeping yourself level-headed in these tough situations you might not know about, but that's the engage coming through from Captain Calculated. He buffered the R flash, but it's not going to be enough. It just turned around on so easily, as now Stronghold trying to keep it alive, trying to do something on Decay. But look at Matt G isolating Julius, and now Stronghold in the midst of so many members. Top Blackman, though, going to answer it back at the very least. Stronghold still trying to drain up with this subjugate, but will the last tick of the Chaos Storm find its mark? Will the bouncing bomb find its target? No, it will not. So it will be at least one answered back, but it's still a 1 for 2 in favor of Bing Chillers on a fight that Queen's Gambit started.
Yeah, Big Chili now with a 5k gold lead is just absolutely detrimental. And we even have the next ocean. Actually, this is a soul point spawning in about a minute 30.
Yeah, that will be that Ocean Soul claimed up, and at that point I think you can probably kiss it goodbye if you're Queen's Gambit. Bing Chillers came in with a mission. They came in to ring in the Chillers season, and chilly indeed they have made it, as Stronghold not going to catch out that back, not going to cancel it. And with this Baron up, it could be a very strong target for the last sort of comeback stand from the side of Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be very interesting to see what happens between Queen's Gambit and Ben Chilling. This is still anyone's game, even though it does kind of appear that Ben Chilling has kind of wrapped this one up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Shapeless, he's on 2.5 items, but he just doesn't feel like the same Jinx that we saw in Game 2. We'll see if he can do something. It's, it is what it is for this Jinx. I'm starting to lose the faith, Kong Man, but at the very least they have the Moonstone completed on the Sona. Maybe they can do a little bit of 5v5ing, but the team fights they've started on their own terms haven't even looked good for them thus far, so definitely hard to have that faith. But here comes that Ocean Soul a-spawning. This might just do it.
Yep, it's all going to be a matter of just how this is going to turn out. This is still a big chance for Queen's Gambit to get back into this, but who knows what will happen.
They are waiting in this brush. They're utilizing the terrain that has been granted to them by the Ocean Soul. As Stronghold just trying to scout out, trying to guess. A little bit thin on the vision right now, so going to have to use that pillar just to see what the contest angle will be like. And now it will be Bing Chillers moving up, taking control of this pit, moving on to the Ocean Drake. There's still a pink in the back of the pit that gives them some advantage, Queen's Gambit, but now it is going to be Oreo once again starting things off on this. Amumu played it so well so far, but Top Blackman going to find the big Cyclone. Not going to be quite enough, however, forced to go into the zone. He's his Captain Calculate. He just gets popped as soon as he goes through, but it's the 1-for-1. The jungler off the board for Bing Chillers, and this could be the angle that Queen's Gambit has been searching for. Low health bars on the opposing side. They have control for now. Federer, though, has the poke angle still available to him, has Zendef by his side. They have this range advantage. Maybe they can get the burn to come on through using these mines to try and get zone control, but the Chomper's going to keep them away for just a second. No smite means no! It gets stolen by the Ziggs! Are you kidding? It's the Ocean Soul grabbed up! It was one of Queen's Gambit's best-looking angles in this game, but they just can't clutch it.
Yeah, this is definitely a match for the ages, one way or another. Honestly, that Ziggs play was just absolutely beautiful. I've had those steals before where you just feel good doing it, and then you're like, hope I can do that again later when I need to.
Oh man, that has to be such a debilitating mental blow for Queen's Gambit as well. I mean, you did what you had to do. You got their jungler out of the fight, but you just can't convert on the opportunity that you gave to yourself. It sort of feels like a reflection of where their mental state must be at this point. And now, even despite the lack of a traditional AD carry, this Gangplank on 3 items with these passive resets using the barrels to burn down this Baron quickly, and I don't think Queen's Gambit's going to get in time to have any chance. Oreo Murderer even saying, no, this is the death knell, this is the coup de grace, it's time to take down Julius and put ourselves in position to close this game out fast.
Yep, they're doing their best to try and close the game out as fast as possible. I predicted a 31-minute finish, and they have about 4 minutes to do so.
Oh man, it's gonna be bad. As now Match even collecting some more standing gold on the map. I mean, they only had 3 turrets to their name. These tier 2s, these giant gold pinatas, so to speak, are still available to them. They're up 9k, and that lead is not going to shrink anytime soon.
Yep, the lead is slowly growing in favor of Ben Chilling, as now it just seems they want to try and potentially take this top turret. And here comes Ziggs with his blast pack ready to dump that W into the tower and go, okay, free tower.
Yeah, that's
there it is.
That's just a free 500 gold over to their side, and they have so much control over this topside jungle as well. Oreo Murderer playing goalkeeper, getting a deep ward down. They are not going to be surprised. Going to play it safe, though. Just going to reset after that tier 2. Maybe apply some pressure on multiple lanes now, as it's just like this forced clump coming out from the Queens, just trying to stick together for safety in the cold darkness of what looks like a very, very poor ending to their season.
I'm laughing at the analogy that Civil is using, saying that Fujin is really Brad Pitt from Ocean's 11 and Cade is George Clooney.
You know, I'm always remiss. I'm always hesitant to compare somebody to George Clooney. I don't know if Cade's that handsome. I mean, based on their play in this series, you can say that Cade is definitely a good-looking guy on the Rift. Don't know about off the Rift, though. So not going to compare him to the Clune Man. Maybe like Tom Cruise in the Mission Impossible movies, right? Sneaking in, doing the job on the tight wire, pulling off the stunts. That maybe could be a more succinct analogy, but either way, they're going to be collecting their prize pretty soon, you have to feel, as Captain Calculated just putting his body on the line, trying to clear out these Baron minions, but look at how fast their base goes to tatters once they dedicate any attention to these side lanes. The Cannon Barrage as well as the stolen one. That's how Silas works. For a second I was like, Gangplank, what was that, man? But nah, that's just Captain Calculated trying to get rid of one cooldown to find another.
Yep, just doing Silas things, as we all know and love, as now suddenly this bot tower is probably going to be taken away by Matt G. Dodges the Everfrost. Really good job there from him. He should be able to take this tower and then potentially kill Silas. But this inhib is also going to go down because, haha, funny interactions.
Yeah, that is one dead inhib, and now they can move on over with what remains of this Baron buff, about 15 seconds, I want to say, and try and take another tier 3 if they so choose. They have so much pushing power with the GP passive, with the Ziggs passive, with his W as well. This one should be going down in short order as the laser's going to find the backline. The Ocean Soul as well means they can hang around and stay healthy. Now with the Baron falling off, Jinx can clear it out at the very least. This game might go to Elder, but I don't think it's going to go too far forward after that.
I predicted 31 minutes. You guys got 1 minute to do it. I want to see it.
I mean, they might just be able to force here. They're so far ahead. It's 10k. There's the flangle that we were looking for. Captain Calculated goes in with the Stolen Onslaught of Shadows, but the Ziggs ult gets so much damage down, and I don't think it's going to do very much at all, and that is the real Onslaught of Shadows not connecting. Means Shapeless has a little bit more time to hit, but the laser going to force the flash back means that he can't really stand and deliver with that Kraken Slayer, get that DPS out. So a second inhib goes down. There's a fat wave in the top lane as well. They might be able to break down the entirety of this base.
Yep, it might be possible. So we might not see the game ending in 31, but we might see the base cracked open at 31.
Yeah, I mean, never say never. They have 30 more seconds, and they have, 4 men strong, just missing their support right now. So it's very well possible they force an end pretty quick with all this damage they have. I'm sure they're sitting on a decent amount of gold, though, because they've cleared so many turrets since the last resets came out. So they might want to play, for safety's sake, go and spend that last bit of money, because they only have 50 seconds until the Elder spawns. They want to be the first ones there, even though they're probably not even have to sweat about getting second to the fight. Still best to play it fundamentally, play it clean, get there, and close it out.
Yep, unfortunately, my 31-minute prediction is not very accurate at this point in time. Very sad, but as you see the number they did on the base with 2 inhibs down, the all the inhib towers gone, 2 inhibs destroyed. This is pretty much over unless Bin Chilling just full on ints.
I mean, it would take a hell of an int at this point with the 10k lead. With the Soul, they will be spotted out by that Scryer's Bloom, but the Zap not going to find anything off the back of it. It will be Queen's Gambit with the first access to the pit. Maybe some sort of miracle steal into some Jinx resets could be their last path forward. They've pushed back the Chillers a little bit. Here comes Top Blackman with the flank as well. Zendef isn't here quite yet, but going so deep is the Wukong. He finds the second Cyclone. That's the Onslaught of Shadows into the retreat, but Matt G goes on the rampages. That's the Wombo combo that should just seal the deal. It was a little too little, a little too late. The TP is into the base. That's where Zendef went first. That will do it for this series. Queen's Gambit has been toppled. Checkmate goes Bing Chillers. They will take it 3-1. They will find this base. They will find the series victory.
Yep, that is absolutely beautiful. There it is. A very good job from Bin Chilling, Green Tea, doing an absolutely beautiful job. So with that, we know who our finalists are for this VRS season.
Aye, that we do. It will be Bing Chilling against Return of the Middle Sticks, Crow Star. Which Return of the Middle Sticks team is it in finals? They have a million teams.
Oh, that's right. They do have a million teams. Rotom Darkwind.
Darkwind. Yes. I do like that they're they're named after the old Fiddlesticks. Their logo's the old Fiddlesticks. The superior Fiddlesticks.
Yes.
I missed that E. Stupid OP.
Dude,
Loved the Middle Sticks.
Do we have do we by chance have a graphic for a grand finals?
I do not have any graphics for a grand finals. I'm not the graphics man. I'm the man who makes the graphics come up, but I'm not the man who makes the graphics.
I did one on the fly.
Oh boy. I will.
It's very simple.
I will endeavor to get that here in just a minute, but
all good. So as we watched Bin Chilling win 3-1, all of our predictions for this match was incorrect.
Yeah, nobody predicted Bing Chilling.
No. I mean, you at least got the score right.
Well, there is that, I suppose.
Yeah. So big shout out to Bin Chilling for doing a great job. Kongman, I dare you to say Chillers one more time. Bing Chillers.
Is it Chillers or Chilling? I'm getting mixed messages on this. Either way, if they're chilling, they're Chillers. It's Chillers season. You really can't go wrong.
It says Bing Chillers, but as you know, the meme is Big Chilling.
Bing Chilling.
Bing chilling.
As we will now get this poll out to the masses on the MVP. This is a 5-minute poll going out. Make your voices heard on who the MVP was for Bing Chillers. I know where my personal vote goes, Kongman, but I'm a little bit biased. How about you start us off? Break it down. Who was the big performer for you in this series?
Okay, so I'm gonna go down the roster from top to support.
Okay.
Matt G did a beautiful job once he was handed Gangplank. The G in his name stands for Gangplank, apparently. Like that's the only thing I can figure out. Cade, beautiful jungling, clean jungling. Love to see it. I remember casting them back on week. It was week 3 or 4. I'm trying to remember when we had the Bing chilling. Yeah, back on week 3 against the Ducks, and I remember watching Cade. I was like, "This is the jungling that I strive to do." It's just absolutely beautiful, and it even showed up here in semifinals. Zendev, I would say Zendev did pretty good, but unfortunately, his lane opponent was kind of non-existent in a couple of the games. Yeah, there's our bad predictions.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Green Tea. We shouldn't have doubted you, because now our finals matchup will eventually be Return to the Middle Sticks versus Bing Chillers. The 2 seed and the 4 seed going to be having an epic battle in the finals. Should be something to look forward to for sure. But once again, everybody in chat, make your voices heard on who your MVP of the series was. Kongman, you were elucidating quite a bit, but you haven't made your pick quite yet, I don't think.
Okay.
So you got to make a decision. Who's it going to?
So I see all the votes going into the top lane because clearly Matt G was really dominant, played the Gangplank well. Unfortunately, I don't think he could have gotten there if it wasn't for the Oreo murderer. That's where my MVP vote is going because a lot of people seem to forget about the supports. The support players is a very thankless job. I did it for a while with a special someone in my life at that time, but it is what it is, and unfortunately, like I will give my MVP vote to the Oreo murderer because if it wasn't for those Amumu engages, I don't think the gameplay could have provided that much value.
You know what? That's fair. I think Oreo Murderer played an outstanding series, was spreading pressure all over the map, and while Federer didn't have like the big pop-offs in the team fights, did a great job basically playing 1v2 in lane while that Amumu went everywhere, coming out of left field, coming out of the jungle, coming out of your fridge, doing what Amumu does. So ups to Murderer for sure. I'm gonna give the vote that way for sure.
Yeah. Matt G in chat, I got off the Orn, baby, let's go. Beautiful. Glad to see not Orn Aatrox in top lane.
Yeah, that's always what you want, right? You don't want to see those boring tanks. That's no fun. But we will be closing out on that MVP voting real soon, and we will be getting to an interview in just a second as well. So make your voices heard on who you think the MVP was. Spread those loves to all of the various members of Bing Chillers who showed up here. Definitely deserving of it. But we will be bringing in Federer and Matt G for an interview in just a second here. Going to go and drag them in as we speak. Unfortunately, the way the server is set up, their names are very far from where we're set up, so I gotta drag them down a couple of channels to get them in here.
He's going on an adventure.
Yes, I am. I also don't know what Federer's Discord name is, so I'm going to bring Matt G in here, and then Matt G can tell us who to drag in to get Federer in here. So here is Matt G joining us, the top laner. Matt, we got to get Federer in here. I don't know what his Discord name is. Which one is he?
It's Fusion.
Fusion, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Congrats on the series, by the way. Very well played.
Thank you.
As we now do have both of our interviewees here, Federer/Fusion, Matt G coming on in, Matt Gangplank, I should say. Gentlemen, how you feeling after that 3-1?
I guess I'll go first. I'm feeling really good after that. I saw the predictions before the game. And
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it was all towards Queen's Gambit. Yeah, they did beat us in regular season, and regular season is all that matters, apparently. But when we played them, I think we beat ourselves, and they didn't beat us. It's just we didn't play how we usually play and off series. But I think we showed that we definitely played more clean today, and
That you
It
did.
showed that we were the better team.
Indeed, indeed. All across the board, too. No slack from any of your members here tonight, as it does look like the choice for the MVP is going over to Matt G. I mean, it was pretty
Oh my
flashy
God.
from you on the Gangplank, so I don't think there's any surprises there. But do you want to shout out any teammates in particular that you feel are deserving of that co-honor, or was it really just a five-man, top-to-bottom team effort?
Oreo was huge in game as well. Like, it doesn't show, but it's like his shot calling throughout the series. He was very vocal. It really helps out a lot. So
Yeah,
and then everyone as well.
It's just like one of those like unsung heroes. Like, you know, we get to have like the flashy like numbers and flashy KDAs, flashy plays, but like there's stuff that you don't get to see unless you're playing in the game, or maybe you get to watch somebody's POV stream.
Mhm.
And so like I think a lot of that was Oreo and Cade like really like kind of controlling the game with comms and making the game a lot easier for us. So.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like we hear that from a lot of teams, right? Like support and jungle really being vocal in making the calls in game. So when it comes to draft, who kind of was the maestro of that? Is it the same voices? Is it more of a communicative, like five-man collaboration? How does that really come into effect when it comes to these series?
Oh, it's the boy, Sub Malcolm,
Yeah.
Coach Sub Malcolm. He does all the prep. He does all the work. I think we've gotten to a point where we're comfortable enough to pretty much be like, yo, like whatever you think is good here, like we'll take it. Sometimes we figure out mid series, like I think we did it this series where like something we get a pick what we don't like. I think game 2 we saw a pick that we don't like and we made the adjustment there, and it really paid off, I think.
Yeah, for sure. As we do get the MVP graphic. Congratulations once again on the big Gangplank performances.
Thank you.
Something
That's
yeah, that's the good stuff.
In the 2 games I played, I don't think I died, which is that's not normal.
As a GP player myself, I completely understand that. Sometimes you get a little too hyphy, you go a little too far forward fishing for those barrels, and you get punished for it. But there was the one fight around Drake where somehow you just walked out after absorbing so much punishment on one health, and it's like not even close.
Yeah, there was a couple I walked out. I think it was 2 dragons in a row. I walked out with 1 HP and just TP'd back in, which was pretty lucky.
Super poggers. Kongman, I will let you get to your questions just a second because I see you brimming, but I do have one more here for you guys because the focus sort of shifted away from Cade there, but in game 1, the Kindred pop-off was unbelievable. You guys want to talk that up a little bit?
Yeah, I'll take it on this one. So all throughout the season, we've had like really like bad identity issues as a team, and it was literally last series against Dorado that we found out that hey, our jungler's literally been asking for carries all season long. It works when we give them carries. Like who would have thought, right? And so like that's we kind of like showing our cards here, but I mean I think by now people understand that this guy's a threat. Like he's taking the league and he's just gapping everyone. So
heck yeah, Kongman, would you like to unleash with the memes and questions, which I'm sure you've been storing in that giant cranium of yours?
all right. So game 1, you guys played amazingly beautiful. Absolutely love to watch every second of it. Game 2, it kind of looked like you guys folded. What all did you guys do after the game to like help bounce back from that?
I mean, game 2, again, it's kind of like we kind of went back to how we with the identity problems things with we like to team fight, I'd say, and picking things that can enable that, especially early game. And we grabbed the Lux. We didn't expect the Shen really, I don't think, to come out, and that made it like really kind of awkward to take fights just for the pressure of that ult. So it was kind of like we were hesitant on a lot of things, and then we just kind of got outscaled a little bit.
Understood.
And I do only have one more question. So you guys have defeated the number 1 seed Queen's Gambit, the ones who beat you in the regular season. You finally bounced back, took them down. Now the only thing standing between you and first place is Rise of the Middle Sticks. And how are you all feeling about that matchup?
I don't think we could feel anything but excited. Of course, we're looking forward to that matchup. And I really hope I'm not saying this the third week in a row, but I'll say it again. I said it last week. This series felt a lot easier than I was expecting it to be. I thought it was going to be harder.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I'm not saying that again next week.
I mean, it's better to be saying that next week than the flip side, right? So, rather an easy W than a hard L, but it doesn't look like you guys are going to be taking any of those anytime soon if you keep this form up. It was an absolutely lovely series from start to finish, and I was going to ask a little bit, and that's like the most polite way of doing it, but I've got the impression that Queen's Gambit was talking up a storm a little bit before this game. Do you want to address that? You want to take the high road? Anything, any response? Here's your open forum to do it, whatever it might be.
Yo, us over here at I was about to say Queen's Gambit. At Being Chillers, we're classy. We're classy, right? They talked all week long, and they were chirping. They were trying to get in our ears, get in our head. Like, it does not matter. Like,
I mean, their mid laner talked the most, I think, out of all of them, and that guy did not show up today. He was invisible.
Oh my god, did he not?
He
That
was
game won.
invisible.
Can we talk about getting put his ear?
Yeah, he got his first 2 kills, and he was 08 at 36 minutes. That was kind of crazy to me, but I don't know. He talked too much. It's whenever people talk like that, it always backfires. So we just showed that.
Well, guys, it was an absolute pleasure having you on the desk. It was even more of a pleasure watching the games. Going to be rooting for you guys in the finals next week, which, by the way, everybody at home will be on the main channel next week, 6:45 Eastern Standard Time. Tune in for the pre-show. 7 o'clock will be game start. You are not going to want to miss that. But Kongman, unless you have anything else to plug or talk about here, I think we are comfortable to send it off to the goodbye for tonight, yes?
One thing I do want to point out between us casters and all that is that so for the quarterfinal match we bet against Been Chilling, and I know you guys are probably gonna make fun of us for that. And then tonight we voted against you, so it's gonna be kind of weird going into finals, seeing as we've betted against you the whole time and then you've proved us wrong. So it's a matter of, do we just bet against you and you guys win? Or
Yes.
do we try and gamble it all and say you will
What
win?
would you guys rather? Do you want our belief or do you want the disbelief buff? That's a good question.
Vote against us.
I mean, you guys are too classy to trash talk, but I'll make one bit of trash talk for you before we leave. All season, Queen's Gambit has been begging us to stream them, was never scheduled in time to get into the default time for the streams, and it looked like when the eyes were on them, they couldn't actually handle the pressure. So, maybe that was a contributing factor as well. So you definitely want to stay within our curse zone for sure. Don't worry, guys. I'll be voting against you next week, and hopefully you pop off. But that is going to do it for us here tonight. We are going to be telling our goodbyes. I'm so tired I can't even talk correctly. I've been messing up my words the past 2 games, but that will do it for us here on the VRS for semifinals. We will be back for our final week of the year next week. I hope to see you all there. It should be a pleasure, but until then, everybody have a good night. Be safe, be easy. We'll catch you later, and bye-bye.